I'm not really good in this, but yeah, you just gotta be Excellence, chers délégués, distingués délégués, chers collègues, bonjour et bienvenue à cette deuxième journée des intersessionnels de la Convention d'Ottawa. Si nous pouvions faire honneur à la Suisse et continuer à être ponctuels, ce serait bien, surtout vu le retard assez conséquent que nous avons pour le moment dans le programme. pourriez-vous, s'il vous plaît, rejoindre vos places pour que nous puissions commencer les travaux? En prélude au début de nos travaux, nous allons visionner maintenant une vidéo venant de la représentation permanente de la Colombie, présidente de la 20e Assemblée des États parties de la Convention d'Ottawa. Soumettre, si vous le souhaitez, votre déclaration par écrit. Je ne pense pas que l'un ou l'autre d'entre nous s'opposerait à une soumission écrite plutôt qu'à une prise de parole actuelle. Et de la même manière, pour pouvoir permettre à tout le monde de pouvoir prendre la parole durant cette session, si les déclarations pouvaient être limitées à environ 4 à 5 minutes, cela permettrait à un maximum d'interventions de pouvoir se faire. Voilà, pour ce qui est des questions de procédure, entre guillemets. Nous avions laissé nos travaux hier à la présentation de la demande d'extension de la Serbie. Et j'ouvrirai la discussion aujourd'hui à toute délégation qui souhaiterait faire part de l'un ou l'autre commentaire concernant la demande d'extension de la Serbie. Je donne la parole au GICHD qui sera suivi d'ICBL. Le GICHD, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The GICHD congratulates Serbia on progress so far in Article 5 implementation and on presenting an extension request that is overall clear and lays out a detailed implementation plan and timeline. Serbia aims to complete clearance of the remaining known contaminated areas by the end of 2022. In the light of past output rates, this objective seems ambitious within the end of this year, but achievable by the 2023 deadline of the current extension. However, results from 2019-2021, in which no areas have been reduced through technical survey, seem to suggest that the land release process is not being used to its full potential, and further efforts are recommended in this regard. At this stage, the biggest uncertainty in terms of planning relates to the lack of details on the newly identified mine suspect areas, whose actual extent might entail significant adjustments to operational and resource mobilization plans. In this regard, we welcome Serbia's intention to provide states parties with an update once more information is obtained. We also noted that the presence of contamination by other explosive ordnance may cause resources to be redirected away from landmine clearance, and encourage Serbia to keep this into account when projecting required time and resources. We welcome information provided on risk education efforts in the previous extension and commend Serbia's plan to conduct risk education interventions in the newly discovered areas. In line with the Oslo Action Plan Action 24, we encourage Serbia to present a more detailed, costed, and multi-year plan for EURE efforts in affected communities. It would be important to specify the at-risk groups by gender, age, and disability, as well as disaggregate beneficiary and victim data by sex and age, and where possible by disability, in line with OAP Actions 3, 32, and 35, and IMAS 13.10. Further information would also be welcome on how SMAC's annual and medium-term plans will integrate gender and diversity considerations. Finally, we encourage sharing more details on national systems or plans to ensure that information is managed efficiently, particularly when it comes to surveying new areas. In this regard, we encourage following a standardized approach that is in line with IMAS 510 on information management for mine action, especially given the introduction of land release concepts in the new decree on protection against ERW that is awaiting government adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup au GICHD pour ces commentaires. Je donne maintenant la parole à ICBL, suivi de Mine Action Review. ICBL, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Serbia for presenting its draft extension request, and we keep our comments very brief. Serbia has made slow progress in clearing the non-confirmed hazardous areas and has recently discovered new suspected hazardous areas in the Bujanovac municipality. These suspected hazardous areas have not been surveyed despite being discovered in 2019. There is no detailed work plan for the requested period of 2023-2025. Serbia states it will have a clear picture of remaining contamination by November 2023 2023, and an updated work plan for the remaining period of the request to 1st March 2025 will be then provided. Serbia should urgently proceed with completing the survey of these newly discovered CHAs under its current extension. Should that not be possible, Serbia needs to develop and present a clear work plan for the survey and clearance as soon as possible, as required by Action 23 of the Oslo Action Plan, and included in the amended request to be considered at the 20th meeting of states parties. If Serbia is not able to develop such a work plan, we believe Serbia should be granted an interim extension of 1 year to 1st March 2024 to carry out survey of the newly discovered areas and to develop a plan for clearance. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup à ICBL pour ces commentaires. Je donne la parole maintenant à Mine Action Review.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank Serbia for its clear and informative Article 5 deadline extension request, which is its third and hopefully last. With respect to previously unknown mined areas discovered in October 2019 and August 2021, it would be useful for the Serbian Mine Action Centre to provide an approximate estimation of the possible size of the mined area, or failing that, of the size of the area that it plans to survey. Mine Action Review recommends that the Serbian Mine Action Centre conduct the necessary survey of these areas as a matter of urgency. Until ESMAC has the more precise delineation of the size of these newly discovered mined areas, it will not be able to accurately plan for completion. Assuming that the extent of these new areas is relatively small, Serbia could be one of the few state parties that achieves completion of its mine clearance by the global goal of 2025, if it can secure required funds. Lastly, we encourage the Serbian Mine Action Centre to provide further information on what steps it plans to mainstream gender and diversity within its mine action programme. Thank you.
Je remercie Mine Action Review pour ses commentaires. Et je me tourne maintenant vers la Serbie pour voir si elle souhaite prendre la parole pour répondre à d'éventuels commentaires avant de poursuivre vers d'autres demandes d'extension. La Serbie, vous avez la parole.
Yes, we want to take, thank you for all your comments, and we will take on consideration, and we will share all information in the future. So also we will give the best all effort to make detailed work plan on the survey, non-technical survey. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à la Serbie pour ces commentaires supplémentaires. Permettez-moi maintenant de donner la parole au Soudan pour une présentation informelle de sa demande d'extension de délai. Le Soudan, vous avez la parole.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا للسيد الرئيس وأعضاء اللجنة. الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. اسمحوا لي أن أستعرض أمامكم طلب السودان والخاص بالتمديد لفترة ثالثة، فقد شهدت بلادنا على مر السنوات الكثير من الحروب والنزاعات أدت إلى هذا الكم الهائل من التلوث بالألغام ومخلفات الحرب، وهو ما عاق عمليات التنمية. ورغم ما بذل من جهد منذ العام 2002 إلا أنه ما زالت هنالك بعض المناطق التي تنتظر أعمال النظافة والتطهير. Next slide. منذ آخر طلب تمديد تمكن برنامج السودان من إجراء عمليات مسح وتطهير في المناطق المستهدفة، وكان نتاج ذلك إلغاء مساحة 838,298 متر مربع من المساحات التي كانت تعتبر خطرة، وتم تطهير مساحة 960,989 متر مربع لتصبح مساحة الأراضي المفرج عنها عدد 1,799,287 متر مربع. وتم خلال تلك العمليات تدمير عدد 60 لغم مضاد للأفراد، وعدد 78 لغم مضاد للدبابات، وعدد 70,944 من الذخائر المنفجرة ومخلفات الحرب. Next slide. الخطر المتبقي من التلوث فيما يختص بالألغام المضادة للإفراد عدد 41 منطقة خطرة مشتبه بها بمساحة 9,962,619 متر مربع، وهي موضحة باللون البرتقالي، وعدد 61 منطقة خطرة مؤكدة بمساحة 3,313,221 متر مربع، وهي باللون الأحمر. بينما إجمالي المناطق الخطرة بما فيها مخلفات الحرب 169 منطقة خطرة مشتبه بها بمساحة 23,976,516 متر مربع، وهي موضحة باللون البرتقالي، وعدد 182 منطقة خطر مؤكدة بمساحة 8,938,079 متر مربع، وهي باللون الأحمر. Next slide. تفصيل الخطر المتبقي لمناطق الألغام المضادة للأفراد كما يلي: عدد المناطق المؤكدة وجود ألغام مضادة فيها عدد 61 منطقة، 5 منها في ولاية النيل الأزرق، وعدد 56 منطقة في ولاية جنوب كردفان. بينما المناطق المشتبه وجود ألغام مضادة للأفراد فيها عدد 8 منطقة في ولاية النيل الأزرق، وعدد 38 وعدد 30 منطقة في جنوب كردفان، و3 مناطق في ولاية غرب كردفان، بإجمالي عدد 41 منطقة. مساحة كل هذه المناطق 13,275,840 متر مربع، وهي عددها 102 منطقة. Next slide. الظروف التي منعت السودان من الإيفاء بالتزاماته حسب الاتفاقية هي كما يلي: أولاً التمويل غير الكافي لعمليات الإزالة. ثانياً الأوضاع الأمنية والسياسية خاصة في الفترة من العام 2019 وحتى الآن، والتي حدت كثيراً من سرعة عمليات الإزالة. ثالثاً حالة اللا حرب ولا سلام في بعض المناطق. رابعاً جائحة كورونا والتي توقفت أثناءها عمليات الإزالة. خامساً مستوى جديد من التلوث بعد التوقيع على اتفاقية سلام جوبا، والتي سمحت بالوصول لمناطق جديدة في ولاية النيل الأزرق، وهي مناطق كانت خارج سيطرة الحكومة. سادساً تحديات جمع المعلومات بسبب الحالة الأمنية. سابعاً نقص وعدم كفاية معدات الألغام وغدم متهالك الموجود منها. ثامناً وجود ألغام في أعماق بعيدة تتطلب معدات خاصة غير متوفرة للبرنامج حالياً. تاسعاً وأخيراً الأحوال المناخية وطول فترة الأمطار في المناطق المتأثرة. Next slide. المبررات لطلب التمديد، وهو طلب لمدة 4 سنوات حتى العام 2027. أولاً الحاجة إلى إجراء عمليات مسح في ولاية النيل الأزرق في المناطق التي دخلت حيز السلام، وأخرى متوقع دخولها حيز السلام في جنوب كردفان، وقد وضع السودان خطة تفصيلية لذلك. ثانياً إكمال عمليات الإزالة والتي كان مفترض القيام بها طيلة فترة التمديد السابقة، والتي حالت الظروف التي ذكرت آنفاً من إجرائها. وبالطبع سيعلم السودان اللجنة بأي تطورات تتم في هذا الصدد، وسيقدم خطة عمل سنوية بناء على النشاط، وسيقدم كذلك تقرير دوري عن التقدم المحرز. Next slide. الأنشطة التي سيقوم بها السودان في هذه الفترة: سيجري السودان مسح غير تقني على أساس محلي يغطي جميع المناطق المتأثرة والمجتمعات ذات الصلة في ولايات النيل الأزرق وجنوب وغرب كردفان. أنشطة المسح هذه سينتهي منها السودان في غضون 18 شهراً لتحديد الحدود الفعلية الدقيقة للتلوث. سيتم استخدام معلومات المسح لتحديث الخطة التشغيلية متعددة السنوات. أيضاً سيبذل السودان جهوداً في تعزيز قدرات المشغلين الوطنيين في الآتي: تطبيق عمليات تحرير الأرض بما في ذلك كافة الجهود المعقولة، إدارة المعلومات من خلال أميزما كور وجمع البيانات عبر الإنترنت، تخطيط الأولويات وإدارة العمليات، والتحديد نظام جديد، تطوير نظام إدارة الجودة للبرنامج. Next slide. في هذه الفترة متوقع أن يقوم السودان خلال العام من 2022 ل 23 بنظافة عدد 115 منطقة بمساحة 7,218,694 متر مربع، وفي العام 2023-2024 نظافة 105 منطقة بما يعادل 7,307,701 متر مربع، وفي العام 2024-2025 نظافة عدد 45 منطقة بما يعادل 7,573,173 متر مربع، وفي العام 2025-2026 نظافة عدد 57 منطقة بمساحة 7,923,797 متر مربع، وفي العام 2026 و2027 نهاية أمد التمديد سيقوم السودان بنظافة 29 منطقة خطرة بما يعادل 2,891,230 متر مربع. المعالم المتوقعة لهذه الخطة. next slide. المعالم المتوقعة لهذه الخطة: في ولاية النيل الأزرق نظافة 56 منطقة خطرة، وفي ولاية جنوب كردفان نظافة 213 منطقة خطرة، وفي ولاية غرب كردفان نظافة 5 مناطق خطرة، وفي ولايات دارفور نظافة 77 منطقة خطرة، ليكون إجمالي ما ينجز 32,714,595 متر مربع. next slide. التحديات التي تواجه تنفيذ هذه الخطط: أولاً شح التمويل للبرنامج، ثانياً الوضع الأمني غير مستقر في الولايات المتأثرة بالألغام ومخلفات الحرب، وثالثاً وأخيراً الأزمات الاقتصادية. المتطلبات للتغلب على هذه التحديات تتمثل في الآتي: أولاً التمويل لدعم أنشطة الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام كما هو مخطط، ثانياً المعدات وخاصة الآليات والتقنيات لإزالة الألغام، ثالثاً بناء القدرات الوطنية من خلال تبعير دور المركز السوداني الإقليمي للتدريب على الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، رابعاً وأخيراً الاستعانة بالخبراء الدوليين والبرامج التدريبية. شكراً جزيلاً لمتابعتكم لهذا العرض، ومستعدين لتلقي إفاداتكم حول هذا العرض. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Merci beaucoup au Soudan. Nous sommes impatients de continuer à travailler ensemble tout au long du processus de demande d'extension. Permettez-moi maintenant de donner la parole à toute délégation qui souhaiterait qui souhaiterait faire des commentaires sur cette présentation et sur cette demande d'extension. Si je ne me trompe pas, UNMAS, GICHD, ICBL et Mine Action Review souhaiteraient prendre la parole. Sans attendre, je donne la parole à UNMAS, suivi du GICHD. UNMAS, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Excellencies, the United Nations Mine Action Service, UNMAS, welcomes and fully supports the presentation just provided by the government of Sudan. Mr. Chair, due to a number of long-lasting conflicts, large areas of Sudan are contaminated with explosive ordnance, including landmines and explosive remnants of war. 33 square kilometers remain with known and recorded contamination in South Kordofan, Blue Nile, and Darfur states. Excellencies, in 2022 alone, some 2.5 million people in Sudan, over half of them children, are estimated to be exposed to the threat of EO contamination. The majority of the affected population consists of internally displaced persons. In addition to killing and injuring, the presence of explosive ordnance also limits the access of the local population to key infrastructure and livelihood, while also hampering humanitarian assistance, early recovery, and development activities of the communities. Based on the remaining magnitude of explosive ordnance contamination and its impact, the government of Sudan has submitted an extension request for 4 years to comply with its obligations under Article 5 of this convention. Mr. President, UNMAS has indeed witnessed, in particular, the following challenges in Sudan in the past reporting period. Firstly, insufficient funding. The limited external support that UNMAS alone is able to provide is not sufficient to meet the commitments and address the extensive contamination problem. And in addition, the economic instability inflates an already critical deficit in mine action funding and creates ambiguities that discourage engagement by donors. Secondly, armed conflicts. The armed conflicts that took place between 2011 and 2016 increased the level of explosive ordnance contamination, especially in South Kordofan, Blue Nile, and Darfur states, thus requiring additional resources to address contamination after hostilities. The most recent periodic intercommunal conflicts have resulted in additional contamination as well as in security and access challenges, making it more difficult for mine action teams to address the problem. Lastly, climate factors and geographical conditions, which limit the operational year to maximum some 9 months due to the heavy rain, especially in South Kordofan and Blue Nile states. Excellencies, UNMAS remains fully available to support the government of Sudan and mine action efforts in this country. We call on states parties to this convention to scale up funding and highlight that not only the availability of funds is crucial to support Sudan meet the obligations arising under this convention, but also the timing at which these funds are made available. To conclude, Mr. President, while clearing explosive hazards in Sudan is crucial, raising awareness and promoting safe behaviors among the communities at risk and victim assistance remain equal priorities for UNMAS. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur. Je donne maintenant la parole au GICHD qui sera suivi d'ICBL. GICHD, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank Sudan for presenting a comprehensive request that clearly outlines progress to date, the remaining challenge, and planned next steps. Overall, the request testifies to Sudan's strong commitment towards reaching Article 5 completion in a context of heavy contamination and complex challenges. It also shows commendable progress in gender and diversity mainstreaming and EORE. To help assess the request, further information would be welcome on the following points. First, Sudan indicates that the remaining challenge consists of 102 confirmed or suspect hazardous areas, measuring about 13.3 million square kilometers. Data on the planned land release milestones by year, however, present a much higher figure of 32.9 million square meters of total land to be released by 2027. We understand that survey activities in areas that become accessible due to improvements in security are expected to result in the cancellation of areas identified in the initial survey and the identification of new hazardous ones. Nonetheless, the discrepancy is significant, and more details on how this total was calculated would be welcome. Second, Sudan's goal to release an average of 4 million square meters per year through technical survey and clearance seems ambitious based on past land release rates and projected assets and funding. To meet this goal, the productivity of TS and clearance would need to increase significantly, for example, through a substantial increase in the number of teams and funding, or through an increase in average clearance rates due to methodology, innovation, or improved efficiency. The request does not seem to indicate any significant changes on these aspects, Therefore, we would invite Sudan to clarify the basis for the expected yearly outputs. On funding, Sudan can also usefully indicate whether the level of government contribution allocated for the period 2019-2022 is foreseen to remain at the same level in the new extension. We commend Sudan for its efforts to raise awareness of the risks of explosive ordnance and promote safe behaviors, which have contributed to a noticeable drop in the number of victims in the last 3 years. We especially welcome the inclusion of a detailed, costed, and multi-year work plan for EORE that is evidence-based, results-oriented, and sensitive to gender and other diversity considerations. The target groups and areas are well-defined, the proposed activity is innovative and varied, and the work plan is overall in line with international standards, good practice, and the actions set out in the OAP. We also commend Sudan for explicitly articulating the commitment to gender and diversity mainstreaming in the request, in relation both to policies and standards, and to inclusive operations across the board, in line with best practices in implementing the convention. We encourage conducting a G&D needs assessment to support gender and diversity mainstreaming in the new extension and new strategy, and to help operationalize the commitment to social and economic inclusion of women, girls, boys, and men from affected communities, in line with OAP Actions 3, 29, and 33. More detailed suggestions on risk education and gender and diversity have been conveyed to the ISU in writing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Je remercie le GICHD pour ses commentaires et je donne maintenant la parole à ICBL. ICBL, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Sudan for presenting their request today. Sudan's draft request is complete and comprehensive. However, considering Sudan will need a very significant level of funding to achieve completion by 2027, while already having faced funding challenges in the past, the main concern remains the feasibility of the presented plan. With this in mind, we believe that Sudan should indicate if the projected budget for each year, beyond the confirmed amounts for 2022 and 2023, is in discussion with donors, and it should present to the state parties alternative clearance planning according to predictable funding sources and projections. We also encourage Sudan to continue to clarify specifically the amount of anti-personal mine contaminated land to be released through NTS technical survey or clearance for each year under the plan. Thank you.
Je remercie ICBL pour ses commentaires et donne maintenant la parole à Mine Action Review. Mine Action Review, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We commend Sudan for its comprehensive extension request, despite the ongoing challenges faced by the Mine Action Programme, which impact its ability to implement Article 5. The ongoing security issues mean that Sudan will only be able to accurately determine its complete baseline of remaining mined area and fully plan for completion once it can access all areas to survey them. Mine Action Review appreciates that Sudan is affected by several other types of explosive ordnance, in addition to anti-personnel mines. To help with clarity, we encourage Sudan to disaggregate anti-personnel mined areas from those areas containing explosive ordnance contamination other than anti-personnel mines in the tables and the text throughout the extension request. It would also be useful for Sudan to provide annual land release targets for 2023 to 2027 for anti-personnel mined area specifically, rather than providing only a combined annual targets for all explosive ordnance. Lastly, we thank Sudan for its inclusion of reference to gender and diversity considerations throughout the extension request, including how gender and diversity are being mainstreamed in its Mine Action Programme. Thank you.
Je remercie Mine Action Review pour ses commentaires et je ne vois pas d'autres délégations qui souhaiteraient prendre la parole. Je donnerai la parole au Soudan pour d'éventuelles remarques ou réactions par rapport à ces commentaires. Le Soudan, vous avez la parole.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا أماس، مركز جنيف الدولي، ICBL، ماين أكشن ريفيو، ومركز جنيف لهذه التداخلات. وبالطبع فإن إفاداتكم محل تقدير واحترام، ومؤكد أننا سنستفيد منها في إكمال هذا الملف. بعض الإفادات ممكن نقدمها للحضور بالنسبة للحد من الأعمال التي تمت في الفترة السابقة. هو التمويل هو حد كثيرا من هذه الأعمال، وليس الكوادر المدربة المؤهلة. الكوادر موجودة، ولكن شح التمويل أدى إلى تأخر في تنفيذ هذه الالتزامات. أيضا هنالك مساهمة حكومية سنوية تقدر ب$2 مليون، غلت في الفترات السابقة بسبب الظروف الاقتصادية اللي مر بها السودان منذ العام 2019 وحتى الآن، والتي غللت كثيرا من التمويل الحكومي. بالنسبة لفصل التلوث بالألغام المضادة للأفراد والUXO، يمكن السودان بواجه مشكلة، لأن الوصول للألغام المضادة للأفراد لا يتم إلا عبر إزالة مخلفات الحرب الموجودة، لذلك يصعب فصل هذه عن تلك. شكرا جزيلا لهذه الإفادات، وهي محل تقدير واحترام بالنسبة لنا.
Merci beaucoup, Soudan, pour ces commentaires supplémentaires. Je donne maintenant la parole à la Thaïlande pour nous présenter de manière informelle sa demande d'extension. La Thaïlande, vous avez la parole.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Mr. Vincent Bossen, Permanent Mission of Belgium, for his continued commitments toward the work of the Article 5 Committee. Our appreciation also extends to members of the Article 5 Committee and the ISU for their invaluable support rendered to all state parties in paving the way toward a mine-free world. Next slide, please.
Il semblerait qu'il y ait un souci avec la présentation PowerPoint, mais elle arrive. Peut-être pouvez-vous commencer sans la présentation qui arrive au plus vite. Il semblerait que l'unité de soutien a quelques soucis à télécharger la présentation. Peut-être pouvons-nous... Peut-être pouvez-vous continuer avec votre présentation et on amène le PowerPoint le plus rapidement possible.
Since joining the convention in 1999, Thailand has been fully committed to implementing our obligations. Stakeholders from all sectors are striving toward mine-free Thailand. Mine clearance is complex and multifaceted. The mission demands great effort and strong determination to overcome challenges and obstacles. Thailand mine clearance efforts have been relatively successful over the past several years, with 98% of mine contaminated areas safely returned to its people. Unfortunately, we cannot declare ourselves mine-free by our deadline in 2023 and have to request for an extension of the deadline for 3 years. Today, I would like to share with you our lessons, progress, and plans to fulfill Article 5 obligations. Mine contaminated areas in Thailand were predominantly result of the past conflicts, which spill over along the Thai borders. Thailand Mine Action Center was established shortly after we ratified the convention to spearhead mine action in the country by working with the relevant agency and international partners. At the beginning of Thailand's mine action effort, the total estimated landmines contaminated areas cover 2,556 square kilometers. At the time of the writing of the extension request, Thailand was left with 36.97 square kilometers, which account for just 1.45% of the initial estimated areas, most of which are situated along the Thailand and Cambodia border. During the second extension, Thailand has released at least 323 square kilometers of mine contaminated areas and has recovered at least 40,014 anti-personnel mines. 4 provinces and the areas along Thailand and Myanmar border has been declared mine-free, while the work along the Thailand and Lao PDR border is almost complete. This progress has been made possible by strengthening operation in the following areas. First, the effective implementation of the 5-year work plan, which is the roadmap for Thailand's mine action. Phase 1 of the work plan focused on non-technical survey in the SHA was completed, and we are currently at phase 2, with the focus on the technical survey and clearance based on the information obtained during the phase 1. Second, the improvement of the information management, including enhancing the capacity of TMAC's information management team, the information management systems, and standardization of the process for obtaining information. Third, continued commitment towards funding by the Thai government, which is the primary source of funding for the humanitarian mine action in Thailand, with the overall spending of approximately 38 million USD during the second extension. Fourth, the strengthening international cooperation at all levels. In addition to continued cooperation with Japan, Norway, and the United States, Thailand has also been cooperating with Cambodia through bilateral mechanisms, including the pilot project on demining cooperation along the border of Thailand and Cambodia in 2020. In addition, Thailand has also been working towards strengthening community engagement, mine risk education, and victim assistance. Lastly, in 2019, we have carried out complete destruction of all stockpile anti-personnel mines retained for research and training purposes, which has shown our strong commitment towards the spirit of the convention. Thailand's significant progress made during the second extension has been made despite the following challenges. First, the high level of contamination and challenging geographical landscape. On average, 1 mine per 3.8 square meters was found between the year 20 and the year 2021. The miners also face extreme geographical landscape, including rough terrains and dense forests. In an effort to overcome this, projects such as Ruang Phung operation have been introduced by using helicopters to transport the deminers to carry out their operations. Second, for more than 2 years, the pandemic has negatively affected Thailand's demining operation. From travel restriction to physical contact restriction, limitation of human resources, reduction in financial support from international partners, as well as a challenge towards the effort to strengthen cooperation in the areas along the border. Third, access to the areas along the border. As Thailand's demining operation moved closer to the areas to be demarcated or ADs along the border, since November 2020, Thailand's humanitarian mine action operators were occasionally requested to stop their operations. After several unsuccessful attempts to access the areas, Thailand decided to suspend the demining operation in the above-mentioned areas in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding. Such areas account for almost half of the total remaining areas. Mr. Chair, Despite challenges, Thailand remains fully committed to completing its Article 5 obligations. In the unfortunate case where completion of the mine action operation is not possible during the current timeframe, Thailand intends to continue its effort during the requested extension period of 3 years under the following work plan. During the remaining period of the second extension, Thailand believes that we will be able to clear all mine contaminated areas apart from the ADs along the border. For the requested extension period, Thailand has also developed a 3-year work plan, which will focus on the remaining 14.31 square kilometers of ADs by strengthening cooperation with our neighboring country through bilateral, regional, and multilateral mechanisms. Thailand will continue to ensure its neighbors that such demining operations are carried out for humanitarian purposes only and shall be without prejudice to the rights of both parties with regard to land boundary under the international law. Last but not least, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the partners who provide invaluable support to Thailand in its effort to fulfill the Convention's obligation, namely the government of Japan, the government of Norway, the government of the United States, the Marine Corps Pacific, the HDR&D program of the US DoD, the Norwegian People's Aid, the Golden West Humanitarian Foundation, and the Thai Civilian Demining Association. I would also like to reiterate that Thailand is endeavored toward completing its 3-year work plan by releasing all mine contaminated areas by the end of the requested period. We reaffirm our full commitment towards the convention and will continue to cooperate with all parties to fulfill our Article 5 obligations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Je remercie la Thaïlande pour ses mots à l'égard et son soutien par rapport au travail du comité. Pour sa présentation orale, c'est sa flexibilité par rapport aux soucis techniques pour lesquels nous nous excusons. Et nous mentionnons que la présentation sera mise sur le site de la Convention pour que les délégations puissent la consulter. Sans plus attendre, je donne la parole à toute délégation qui souhaiterait donner quelques commentaires sur la demande de prolongation de la Thaïlande, à commencer tout d'abord par ICBL, suivi de Mine Action Review et du GICHD. ICBL, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Thailand, for presenting its request. We keep our comments very brief. The significant progress that Thailand has made during the last extension period from 2018 and the clarity it has on the extent of its contaminated areas needs to be recognized and applauded. It is disappointing, however, that Thailand is currently requesting over 3 years until the end of 2026, particularly as its neighbor Cambodia has and continues working towards its current Article 5 deadline of 31st December 2025. Since the progress is directly dependent on clearance of border areas and the bilateral cooperation between the two countries in this regard, we strongly encourage Thailand to reconsider its newly requested deadline and revise it to 31st December 2025. We call on all relevant partners to provide the necessary encouragement and support to both countries under bilateral cooperation on the border clearance, and to discuss the means to achieve clearance in a mutually beneficial way in the border areas with jointly agreed deadlines of 31st December 2025. By working cooperatively on clearing the border, both Cambodia and Thailand would set a great example for the whole convention community, and together they could cross the finishing line in 2025. I thank you.
Je remercie ICBL pour ses commentaires et donne maintenant la parole à Mine Action Review. Mine Action Review, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank Thailand for its comprehensive and well-drafted Article 5 deadline extension request, which includes a detailed work plan for the extension period broken down by year and land release targets per province, district, sub-district and village. The request demonstrates strong national ownership and Thailand bears most of the costs of mine action from its national budget. We note that almost 1/3 of remaining mined areas is in areas to be demarcated on the Thai-Cambodian border. We urge both affected state parties to constructively collaborate and re-intensify joint efforts to address these mined areas. A second joint demining project on the border should be implemented without further delay, and further tangible progress on the ground must then continue. Thailand's land release targets are ambitious, especially given the challenging terrain of some of the mined areas, but not impossible if TMAC ensures evidence-based technical surveys conducted to reduce areas found not to be contaminated and target clearance only on areas where mine contamination is confirmed. It will also require deployment of the full demining toolbox, including use of available mechanical assets and mine detection dogs. We encourage Thailand to provide information on what steps it plans to mainstream gender and diversity within its mine action programme, information on which is largely lacking in the current request. Finally, we also encourage Thailand to provide information on how it is taking the environment into consideration during the planning and tasking process for the survey and clearance of anti-personnel mines in order to minimise potential harm from demining activities. Thank you.
Je remercie Mine Action Review pour ses commentaires et donne maintenant la parole au GICHD. GICHD, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thailand has made commendable progress in meeting APMBC obligations and indeed foresees completing clearance of accessible areas within the deadline of the current extension. The present request concerns areas still to be demarcated along the border with Cambodia, on which discussions are ongoing. In this context, difficulties in providing details on the work plan and timeline are understandable. Nonetheless, we would invite Thailand to provide more information on the following. First, whether a resurvey of the areas to be demarcated will be necessary, or whether the estimated total of around 36.9 million square meters to be addressed is definitive. Second, whether the estimated timeline and goals are based only on access considerations or also on other factors, such as past clearance rates and available resources. Third, whether the positive experience of the pilot project for joint demining operations with Cambodia will be replicated in other border areas. And finally, whether contingency activities relating to the placement of warning signs and risk education will also be conducted in areas to be demarcated, are also included in discussions with Cambodia and potentially considered for joint activities. Thailand provides no indication of expected costs or available resources for the requested extension. So far, significant domestic resources have been dedicated to mine action, and more details would be helpful on whether and to what extent such support will continue. The request also mentions recent funding reductions without indicating their possible impact on planning. We commend Thailand for seeking to strengthen its commitment towards risk education and community engagement, and for providing information on risk education efforts deployed under the previous two extensions. Several positive points are also included concerning gender and diversity mainstreaming. In line with OAP Action 24, we encourage Thailand to add an evidence-based, detailed and costed plan for risk education in the requested extension. We also recommend including the issue of risk education in bilateral, cross-border and regional initiatives outlined in the new work plan. In line with OAP Action 3, we also encourage Thailand to provide further information on the disaggregation of beneficiary and victim data by sex, age, and where possible disability, as well as on ways in which victim assistance and community engagement projects will respond to the different needs of affected persons relating to their age, gender, disability, and other factors. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Je remercie le GICHD pour ses commentaires et donne la parole à la Thaïlande pour d'éventuelles remarques par rapport à, ou réactions par rapport aux commentaires effectués. La Thaïlande, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Thailand welcomes all the comments that we have received. We will take them on board and then get in touch with our line agencies and provide the additional information that was raised. And on the issue of further engagement, the permanent mission of Thailand in Geneva, we will be happy to get in touch with those who are interested to reach out to us and discuss further on the issue of our extension request. Thank you.
Je remercie la Thaïlande pour ces commentaires supplémentaires. Excellences, distingués délégués, chers collègues, indépendamment de l'heure qu'il est, je propose de continuer au moins l'examen des demandes d'extension des États ayant une échéance en 2022-2023 afin de pouvoir clôturer ce chapitre-là, entre guillemets, avant de passer à la discussion de panel. Si ça convient à tout le monde, je propose à ce moment-là de passer maintenant à la présentation de la demande d'extension du Yémen. Le Yémen, vous avez dès lors la parole.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، شكرا للحضور جميعا. نود بداية أن نهنئكم على رئاستكم لهذا الاجتماع وكذا لجنة المادة الخامسة من اتفاقية حظر الألغام المضادة للأفراد. نود أن نلقي موجز عن طلب التمديد المقدم في مارس من هذا العام، وهنا نريد أن ننتهز هذه الفرصة بتقديم مختصر عن فترة التمديد الإضافية لمدة 5 سنوات حتى مارس 2028. ويهدف هذا الطلب المقدم إلى استمرارية أهداف الطلب السابق التي تقدمت به بلادي في المؤتمر الاستعراضي الرابع للمراجعة في أوسلو 2019. الشريحة التالية. أولاً سوف أتطرق إلى الإنجاز الذي تم أثناء فترة التمديد بداية من عملية التوعية وحسب أعمال الاستجابة الطارئة لكل من العام 2020 والعام 2021. طبعاً الشريحة هنا لم تتطرق إلى الإجمالي، ولكن أنا سوف أتحدث عن الإجمالي. العام 2020 والعام 2021 الذي استفاد من عملية التوعية إجمال الأطفال ذكور وأناث 294,342. إجمالي المستفيد من التوعية بالغين رجال ونساء 158,496. أعداد المواقع المستهدفة 5,841 منطقة مستهدفة من عملية التوعية. الشريحة الثانية. أيضاً الإنجاز أثناء عملية الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام في العام 2020 العام 2021 استكشاف ما يلي. هنا أيضاً يتم الإعلان عن الإجمالي للعام 2020 والعام 2021. ألغام مضادة للأفراد 3064 لغماً. ألغام مضادة للدبابات الآليات 53,002 لغم. مخلفات حرب UXO 177,696. عبوات ناسفة 4,591. الشريحة التالية. ونريد أيضاً إحاطتكم أثناء عملية فترة التمديد الحالية، فلقد كانت هناك استفادة من قبل المجتمعات المتضررة، وهذا كبداية احتساب المستفيدين في تطوير نظام إدارة المعلومات في العام 2021 لمختلف الأنشطة من عمليات توعوية ونزع وتطهير وتخليص من القذائف المتفجرة وعمليات المسوح الغير تقنية بواقع عدد مستفيدين 1,054,785. الشريحة التالية. سيدي الرئيس، تم الانتهاء من تحضيرات تدشين عمليات المسح الأساسي لليمن في أبريل من العام 2021، وهذا من أجل بناء خط قاعدة أساسي لليمن لتحديد حجم التلوث، وتم البدء في عمليات المسح الأساسي على الأرض في يونيو من العام الماضي، وما زالت أنشطة المسح الأساسي في بلادي مستمرة وفقا لتسلسل معياري حتى هذه اللحظة كما تشاهدون في الخريطة. كما تشاهدون في الخريطة الموضحة في هذه الشريحة، علما بأن عمليات المسح الأساسي تتبع وفق نظام استهداف على المستوى المديريات، وكذلك كما ترون في هذه الشريحة الإنجازات المحرزة في هذا الشأن. ومن ضمن التزامات في فترة التمديد الحالية وتزامنا مع الالتزامات بخطة عمل أوسلو، فلقد تم الانتهاء من عملية تطوير المعايير الوطنية للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، وتتم حاليا عملية مراجعتها قانونيا. الشريحة التالية، تم إنشاء آلية وأنظمة لتحديد الأولويات كالتالي: 1. إنشاء نظام تحديد أولويات ومصفوفات لعملية المسح الأساسي في اليمن، وتركزت على أحجام المديريات المستهدفة وأعداد التلوث والواقع ذات الصلة مقارنة بأعداد التقديرية للمجتمعات السكانية وإمكانية الوصول. 2. الأخذ بعين الاعتبار بأولويات مكتب تنسيق الشؤون الإنسانية للأمم المتحدة، جمع المعلومات من قبل السلطات المحلية والجهات ذات العلاقة وتصميمها في قاعدة بيانات كمصدر خارجي للمهام العملياتية. 4. هناك بعض الاستثناءات والتي قد تكون على شكل استجابة عاجلة لطلبات السلطات المحلية كالمدارس والمشاريع التنموية وغيرها. 5. مخرجات عملية المسح الأساسي لليمن وفق نظام تحديد الأوليات للمناطق المشتبهة والمؤكد خطورتها. الجهود المبذولة لضمان إخلاء المدنيين من المناطق الملغومة. يتم العمل بأنشطة التوعية بمخاطر الذخائر المنفجرة على مراحل مختلفة وعلى النحو التالي: التوعية المصاحبة التي يتم تنفيذها في نفس الوقت مع أنشطة التطهير. حملات التوعية، وهي عملية توعوية طويلة تستهدف مواقع محددة بناء على احتياجات تحديد الأولويات المختلفة، حيث يسلط هذا الطلب ومشاريع الاتفاقية الفرعية الضوء على شريك منفذ على تحديد الجدول الزمني. التوعية الطارئة يتم تضمين هذا النوع من أنشطة التوعية بالمخاطر ضمن عمليات الاستجابة الطارئة المستمرة. تدريب المتدربين من خلال إشراك السلطات المحلية ومنظمات المجتمع المدني وبعض الهيئات الوزارية ذات الصلة. يتم بالفعل النظر إلى جوانب الجنس، الجندرة والتنوع من خلال التأكد من مشاركة الإناث والجوانب الثقافية المختلفة، وتطبيق المبادئ الإنسانية والتي تضمن إجراء جلسات توعوية مناسبة. الشريحة التالية، بمساعدة تقنية من قبل مركز جنيف الدولي لإزالة الألغام للأغراض الإنسانية GICHD، تم تفعيل نظام الأمزمة كور وتطوير هذه التقارير لكافة الأنشطة في المجال الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، كما وتم مشاركتها مع مختلف أصحاب المصلحة ذات الصلة، وتم استمرارية التطوير لهذا النظام عبر مجموعات عمل تقنية مع مختلف الشركاء وبدعم من مكتب الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام. الشريحة التالية، وحسب خطة عمل الفترة الحالية من التمديد وبدعم من البرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة UNDP، فلقد تم إنشاء مكتب تنسيق الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، وهذا وفق موافقة حكومية تمت عبر الأمانة العامة لمجلس الوزراء، إضافة إلى فتح فرع المركز التنفيذي للتعامل مع الألغام في محافظة تعز، وهذا التنفيذ للأنشطة بشكل جزئي في كل من محافظة تعز والساحل الغربي. نظرا لحجم الإمكانيات المتاحة بسبب مشكلة التمويل التي يعاني منها البرنامج الوطني للتعامل مع الألغام. الشريحة التالية، إن البرنامج الوطني للتعامل مع الألغام يعمل مع مجموعة من شركاء كالتالي: وزارة الدفاع، دائرة الهندسة العسكرية، البرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة UNDP، منظمة اليونيسيف، مشروع مسام، المجموعة الدنماركية لإزالة الألغام، منظمة هالو تريست، منظمة مساعدات الشعب النرويجي، مركز جنيف الدولي لإزالة الألغام للأغراض الإنسانية، اللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر، جمعية الهلال الأحمر اليمني، مؤسسة شباب أبين، منظمة هانديكاب. الشريحة التالية: يطلب اليمن فترة تمديد إضافية لمدة 5 سنوات حتى مارس 2028، وهذا لاستمرارية أهداف فترة التمديد الحالية، وسوف تكون خطة العمل كالتالي: استمرارية أعمال الاستجابة الطارئة، استمرارية عمليات المسح الأساسي لليمن، استمرارية أعمال التوعية بمخاطر الذخائر المنفجرة، عملية الامتثال بالمعايير الدولية للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، استكمال إجراءات اعتماد كل من المعايير الوطنية للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام والإجراءات التشغيلية الثابتة، عملية التحسين المستمر لنظام إدارة المعلومات للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، محاولة جلب معدات إضافية لتغطية الاحتياجات للبرنامج الوطني للتعامل مع الألغام، تطوير استراتيجية وطنية للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام كل 2 إلى 3 سنوات. الشريحة التالية: سيد الرئيس، هناك تحديات سببت معوقات لليمن في للانتهاء من التزاماتها كالتالي: أولاً، استمرارية النزاع مما تسبب في زيادة مستوى التلوث ومنع الوصول لبعض المناطق، وكذلك ظهور ذخائر منفجرة مبتكرة واختلاف في أولويات الاستجابة للنزع في المناطق المحررة وأسباب انعدام الأمن في بعض المناطق. ثانياً، بناء القدرات، تحتاج بلادي إلى المزيد من بناء القدرات لمعالجة التلوث الجديد وكذا معدات إضافية كما أشار إليها الطلب المقدم. ثالثاً، التمويل، بداية من انخفاض مساهمة الحكومة بلادي جراء التحديات الاقتصادية وعدم معرفة حجم الدعم المتوقع من قبل المانحين، مما يسبب صعوبة في عمليات التخطيط وحجم وجود أي منح مباشرة قدمت للجانب الوطني، إضافة إلى الانخفاض الأخير في الدعم الدولي لليمن، مما سوف يؤثر على سير عمليات عمل عدد 66 فريق ميداني وإدارات المركز التنفيذي للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام ومكتب التنسيق وايماك. رابعاً، الآثار المترتبة من أزمة كوفيد-19 على سبيل المثال تقليص الأنشطة التوعوية لكل من العام 2020 العام 2021. خامساً، الظروف الجوية التي تسببها الفيضانات للمياه بتحريك بعض الذخائر المنفجرة إلى مناطق أخرى. الشريحة التالية: يحتاج البرنامج الوطني للتعامل مع الألغام جلب مزيد من المعدات واستمرارية الدعم التقني ودعم المجتمع الدولي، وتم تقدير الميزانية للفترة طلب التمديد المقدمة بواقع 48 مليون دولار أمريكي كما أشار إليها الطلب المقدم. الشريحة التالية: هناك متطلبات للمساعدة والتعاون في هذا السياق، وسوف تكون خطة اليمن بشكل أولي لحشد الموارد لفترة التمديد القادمة من خلال استمرارية الإيفاء بالالتزامات الدولية لاتفاقية حظر الألغام المضادة للأفراد، وكذا الانخراط في أي اجتماعات محتملة مع الجهات المانحة، ومشاركة الأولويات مع مختلف أصحاب المصلحة، وكذا من خلال وزارة الخارجية وبعثات وسفارات الجمهورية اليمنية للتواصل مع الجهات المانحة، علماً بأن اليمن يأخذ بعين الاعتبار إمكانيات ترتيب فعاليات دولية في هذا الشأن لجلب المزيد من الدعم الدولي. الشريحة التالية: نؤكد التزام اليمن بتقديم تحديثات حول الإنجازات المحققة ضمن تقارير الشفافية حسب المادة 7 من الاتفاقية. سيد الرئيس، لقد استلمنا ملاحظات لجنة المادة 5 حول طلب التمديد المقدم وعن المعلومات الإضافية، ونؤكد لكم بأنه سوف يتم البت في هذا الشأن. سيد الرئيس، الحضور الكرام، نتمنى بأن يتم مراعاة الظروف التي تعاني منها بلادي، ونأمل ونتطلع أيضا إلى الدعم السخي من الأشقاء والأصدقاء في الدول والمنظمات الإنسانية للوقوف مع اليمن ومساعدتها للإيفاء بالتزاماتها بموجب المادة 5 لاتفاقية حظر الألغام المضادة للأفراد. وأخيرا اسمح لي سيد الرئيس أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إليكم ومن خلالكم إلى البرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والمملكة المتحدة ودولة اليابان وهولندا وألمانيا والنرويج وبلجيكا ومكتب الأمم المتحدة للتنسيق للشؤون الإنسانية والمملكة العربية السعودية ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وجميع الدول والمنظمات الغير حكومية التي دعمت وتعمل على دعم الحكومة اليمنية للتغلب على تلك التحديات والذي سيسهل على اليمن إيفاء بالتزاماتها بموجب المادة الخامسة. شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Je remercie le Yémen pour cette présentation et je donne sans plus attendre la parole aux organisations et délégations qui souhaiteraient faire l'un ou l'autre commentaire par rapport à cette présentation. Je note pour le moment UNMAS, le GICHD, Mine Action Review et The Yellow Trust comme intervenants. Je donne dès lors directement la parole à UNMAS. UNMAS, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Chair, on behalf of the United Nations Interagency Coordination Group on Mine Action, I would like to thank the government of Yemen for presenting its extension request and commend Yemen for the strong ownership clearly visible in the request. 10 years ago, Yemen was on track to meet its obligations under the Anti-Personnel Mine Convention by 2020. Since then, years of conflict have pushed back the goal of the mine-free Yemen by years, we hope not decades. Excellencies, Yemen suffers from high levels of explosive ordnance contamination, a great part of which is yet to be systematically mapped. Contamination encompasses practically all types of explosive ordnance, including cluster munitions, unexploded ordnance from ground fighting, ubiquitous abandoned ordnance, and most pertinent to this convention, large minefields and ad hoc mined areas contaminated by both anti-personnel mines and mines of an improvised nature. These areas cover land as well as sea within territorial waters. Mr. Chair, in the northern part of the country, access remains a major impediment to putting in place a fully functioning mine action sector. In the southern part of the country, access has improved and visas are more readily available for international advisors. The Yemen Mine Action Coordination Center has been established and a national strategy is under implementation. The United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, is coordinating closely with other humanitarian actors in its role as coordinator of the Mine Action Area of Responsibility of Yemen, a group established to improve the effectiveness of mine action. The members have appealed for $25 million through the Humanitarian Response Plan to protect some 5.3 million people through mine action. As of 1 June, they have received some 8.8 million USD, a third of what is required. Chair, Excellencies, predictable funding is crucial to complete the clearance objectives in Yemen. The United Nations calls on states parties to scale up such funding. Explosive ordnance contamination is a long-term problem in Yemen. It requires a massive and long-term commitment. The United Nations fully supports the extension requests under Article 5 presented by Yemen and stresses the importance of continued strong national ownership of the Mine Action Center in the country. The United Nations recommends that tangible measures are designed and implemented to build a strong and sustainable mine action sector that is able to meet the urgent needs of the population of Yemen. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup. Je remercie UNMAS pour ces commentaires et donne directement la parole au GICHD. Le GICHD, vous avez la parole.
شكرا لكم سيدي الرئيس. يتقدم مركز جنيف الدولي لأنشطة إزالة الألغام للأغراض الإنسانية بتهنئة اليمن على تقديم طلب تمديد لمدة 5 سنوات بموجب المادة الخامسة من اتفاقية حظر الألغام المضادة للأفراد. في ظل النزاع الجاري نؤكد بأن الخطة الشاملة التي قدمها اليمن للسنوات ال5 المقبلة والمتمثلة في إعطاء الأولوية للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام في حالات الطوارئ وإعادة إجراء مسح أساسي شامل والتركيز على بناء القدرات هي تعتبر خطة متينة. وبالرغم من أن النزاعات الدائرة تمثل تحدياً واضحاً أمام تحديد مدى وتأثير التلوث الجديد للألغام المضادة للأفراد ووضع جدول زمني وخطة عمل دقيقة للتمديد المطلوب، فإن المزيد من المعلومات يمكن أن يعزز ذلك الطلب إلى حد كبير، ولا سيما في المجالات التالية: تقديم المزيد من التفاصيل عن المناطق التي بالإمكان إجراء عمليات المسح والتطهير فيها بأمان، بما في ذلك تزويد معلومات عن تصنيف هذه المناطق إلى مناطق خطرة مؤكدة أو مشتبه بها، وعن الأنشطة المكررة والجدول الزمني ذي الصلة، بالإضافة إلى النتائج المتوقعة والقدرات المتاحة والطرق والمعايير المتبعة، وتحديداً فيما يخص عمليات مراقبة الجودة للأراضي المحررة في سياق حالات الطوارئ. في إطار التمديد الحالي أدرجت العديد من الأنشطة المتعلقة بالألغام ضمن مشروع مسام، وعليه نشجع اليمن على التوضيح فيما إذا كانت تلك الأنشطة تحت إطار هذا المشروع ستستمر خلال فترة التمديد الجديدة، وبالتالي مدى توافقها مالياً وتشغيلياً مع الخطة الشاملة المقدمة. لا يقدم الطلب أي تقديرات للمساهمات المالية المتوقعة للفترة ما بين عامي 2023 و2028، وبالنظر إلى المساعدة الدولية وأنها في حالة تغير مستمر كذلك، فإننا نشجع اليمن على تقديم المزيد من المعلومات حول أي مناقشات جارية تسمح بتقديم تقديرات إرشادية للدعم الدولي المتوقع. كما نشيد بحكومة اليمن تقديم المزيد من التفاصيل حول مساهمتها المتوقعة في فترة التمديد المطلوب. ويثني مركز جنيف الدولي لأنشطة إزالة الألغام للأغراض الإنسانية على اليمن لما يبذله من جهود في مجال التوعية بمخاطر الذخائر والمواد المتفجرة وإدماج النوع الاجتماعي والتنوع. ويمكن تعزيز كلا القسمين في الطلب بمزيد من المعلومات، وخاصة عن الجهود المخطط لها في مجال التوعية بمخاطر الذخائر والمواد المتفجرة، بما في ذلك نوع الأنشطة والفئات المستهدفة، وعن الطرق التي سيتم من خلالها تنفيذ الالتزام بمبادئ النوع الاجتماعي والتنوع في خطط العمل. كما نشجع اليمن على النظر في عوامل التنوع المختلفة ذات الصلة أثناء جميع مراحل التخطيط والتنفيذ لأنشطة الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام. وقد أحيلت خطياً إلى لجنة المادة الخامسة ملاحظات أكثر تفصيلاً حول التوعية بمخاطر الذخائر والمواد المتفجرة والنوع الاجتماعي والتنوع. وفي الختام نرحب بإنشاء اليمن لمكتب التنسيق للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام وبالتحديث شبه الكامل للمعايير الوطنية للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، ونؤكد أيضاً على أهمية وضع تعريف واضح لدور ومسؤوليات كل من المركز التنفيذي لمكافحة الألغام ومكتب تنسيق الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، وإتمام اعتماد المعايير الوطنية وتطوير واعتماد استراتيجية وطنية للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام في اليمن لضمان التقدم المنشود عبر أنشطة تنفذ بكفاءة وفعالية وأمان. كما تجدر الإشادة بتمكن اليمن وعلى الرغم من التحديات التي لا يستهان بها من إحراز تقدم ملموس في تحقيق العديد من أهداف التمديد الحالي، ونحن على أتم الاستعداد لمواصلة دعم اليمن في جهوده الحالية والمستقبلية. شكرا جزيلا سيدي الرئيس.
Je remercie le GICHD pour ses commentaires et je donne maintenant la parole à Mine Action Review pour développer le commentaire. Mine Action Review, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine Action Review recognises the multiple and complex challenges that the volatile security environment in Yemen pose to Article 5 implementation. In its request to extend its Article 5 deadline, Yemen is planning to establish a baseline of mine contamination, something it was unable to achieve as planned during its last extension request due to the ongoing conflict and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yemen has, however, now put in place some survey and clearance capacity and coordination structures, which should help facilitate survey and emergency clearance. Notwithstanding the significant challenges faced, the extension request is currently lacking in detail. EMAC should strive to provide a provisional work plan for the baseline survey, including which geographical areas are currently accessible, where it plans to deploy teams, and how many non-technical survey trained teams and personnel have been assigned to implementing the survey, at least in the first year of the extension, and then commit to provide regular updates thereafter. Yemen started implementation of the survey in April 2021, but there is little clarity on the outcomes. It is unclear whether the hazardous area estimates in Annex A of the extension request are the outcome of a desktop exercise or fieldwork by non-technical survey teams. Yemen should also provide the total area of CHAs and SHAs disaggregated by governorate and district. Lastly, we present at present several tables in Yemen's extension request refer only to improvised explosive devices, IEDs, making it unclear whether this covers all IEDs, including victim-activated devices, which are covered by the convention, or it only refers to non-victim-activated IEDs, such as remote control devices, which are not covered by the convention. We believe Yemen's extension request would benefit from inclusion of the above, even if the data is provisional. Thank you.
Je remercie Mine Action Review pour ses commentaires et donne enfin la parole à The Yellow Trust. The Yellow Trust, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. We welcome Yemen's Article 5 extension request and commend them on their excellent presentation. As always, our input aims to complement that of the Mine Action Review, which the Halo Trust is pleased to support through our programmes and also through membership of its advisory board. We agree with others that there is no clear estimate of location and extent of contaminated land. This is a necessary step to inform costed and time-bound plans, and we are therefore pleased to see it prioritised within the request. Halo supports the request's conclusion that uninformed estimates of the time needed to complete obligations would be unhelpful at this stage. A 5-year extension may give time for a full baseline survey of internationally recognised government-controlled areas. That could then inform future extension requests. Survey activities should, however, be balanced with emergency clearance operations, as stated well in the request. It is also important that we listen to the context provided by the distinguished delegate and recall the significant challenges that Yemen is facing. As mentioned by the request and in the presentation, there are 2 key obstacles to Yemen fulfilling its obligations. First, the ongoing conflict. Continued hostilities have led to high recontamination of previously cleared areas and continue to make many areas inaccessible. Second, a lack of funding for the mine action sector. As we've heard, inadequate levels of funding have delayed efforts to fund operations and also build the capability of the National Mine Action Authority. While these challenges are well represented in the extension, the request does not highlight a third and significant obstacle to the implementation of mine action operations, namely restrictions on imports and equipment. though I note the distinguished delegate made reference to that in his presentation, which we very much welcome. Arrival of important equipment such as mine detectors and detonators has been delayed due to process, which has in turn delayed effort to build capacity and deploy operations, even with the availability of funding. Easing restrictions on mine detection and clearance equipment is therefore vital. Like the Mine Action Review, we are also concerned about the limited disaggregation of contamination type in the request itself, though we note greater levels of disaggregation in the presentation. Greater disaggregation of data is needed in survey to distinguish between anti-personnel and anti-vehicle mine contamination, and on the extent and nature of improvised mines and improvised explosive devices. This is not reflected in the request, but will have a major bearing on operations, as well as overall humanitarian planning and the work of this convention itself. Meanwhile, we fully support Yemen's call for greater international funding. However, the extension request could benefit from a clearer resource mobilization strategy, including efforts in capital cities along the lines that distinguished delegate included in his presentation. We also note that the request makes assumptions about the role played by UNDP as the permanent and primary conduit for international funding. This is not a sustainable model, and the request could better acknowledge the need for wider sectoral engagement with international donors in order to leverage greater levels of support. To improve the likelihood of more funding, the National Mine Action Authority could work with the UN and NGOs to improve its system for external oversight, monitoring and evaluation. These will be important prerequisites for donor accountability and future funding for mine action in Yemen. Finally, we encourage Yemen to draw on the internationally agreed standard beneficiary definitions for mine action. These have become international sector good practice to monitor beneficiaries. They can assist in prioritization and have been rightly highlighted during this presentation. We also encourage Yemen to strengthen gender and diversity mainstreaming in this, within this request. Thank you, and Yemen, please be assured of Halo's full support. Thank you.
Je remercie Hello Trust pour ses commentaires et donne maintenant la parole au Yémen pour d'éventuelles remarques ou réactions face à ces commentaires. Le Yémen, vous avez la parole.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، شكرا للحضور جميعا، وشكرا لمن قدم ملاحظات أو قدم هناك نصح، سواء كان تقني أو نصح أيضا إداري. فيما يخص الألغام وكارثتها في اليمن، فليكن أن اليمن لدينا أكثر من 17 محافظة في اليمن اتضح تلوثها بالألغام، علما بأن محافظات اليمن هي 21 محافظة، فالمساحة حسب تقديرات أولية. أما التقديرات المؤكدة فهي تبنى عند الانتهاء من عملية المسح الغير تقني، سوف تتضح حجم المشكلة، سوف يكون هناك خط قاعدة أساس تبنى عليه المعلومات في تأكيد الحقول، الألغام، المناطق الملوثة باليوكس أو المناطق الملوثة بالألغام الفردية بالعبوات الناس، فسوف يكون هناك نوعا ما وضوح في هذا الجانب. نشكر الأنماس ما قدموه من ملاحظات، وسوف تكون بعين الاعتبار، مقدرين وشاكرين لهم هذا. فيما يخص مركز جنيف، تطرق أيضا حول أنشطة المشروع السعودي مسام، وهل الميزانية تشمل ما قدمناه اليوم في خطة التمديد؟ لا، المشروع السعودي مسام هو مشروع كان ما بين الداعمين وحكومة الجمهورية اليمنية، يقدم لدعم 32 فريق هندسي يعمل في عمليات النزع والتطهير، ومن المحتمل خلال الفترة القادمة يكون هناك عمليات مسح تقني مع المشروع. فالميزانية هي وتفاصيل المشروع ما بين الحكومة اليمنية والداعمون من المملكة العربية السعودية في هذا الشكل في هذا الشأن. ونقدم الشكر والتقدير للسعودية ولكل الدول والمنظمات التي تدعم اليمن في مجال الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام. بلادي تعاني من كارثة إنسانية كبيرة جدا في الألغام، في أعداد الضحايا، في ارتفاع أيضا المصابين، المناطق الملوثة. هناك صعوبة الآن في إعادة بعض المجتمعات الذين نزحوا من مناطقهم نتيجة للأعمال الحربية التي حصلت في تلك المحافظات والمديريات والمناطق. ورغم هذا إلا أن البرنامج الوطني للتعامل مع الألغام وشركائنا من المنظمات والشركات قاموا بأعمال يستحقون الإشادة بها، وتم أيضا إعادة بعض المجتمعات إلى مناطقهم بعد تطهير الطرق والمنشآت الخدمية، وأيضا حتى القرى والمنازل تلوثت أيضا بالألغام. أيضا ذكرت هناك ملاحظة حول التنوع ما بين الألغام الفردية أو المناطق الملوثة بالألغام الفردية والألغام المضادة للآليات. طبعا كل المناطق التي نحن توصلنا إليها الآن هي مناطق دار فيها الصراع، دار فيها الحرب، فهناك من المحتمل أو شبه المؤكد بأن الغالبية العظمى هي بتكون ألغام مختلطة أو حقول ألغام مختلطة، فيها الألغام الفردية، الألغام المضادة للآليات، الألغام الفردية أيضا، والعبوات الناسفة للأسف. وهذا ما حصل في بلادي. الملاحظات التي طرحت من قبل مركز جنيف سوف تكون في عين الاعتبار، ونحن تعمدنا اختصار تقديم الطلب ولم نضمنه كامل المعلومات حتى لا يكون هناك حشو، ولكن نحن على استعداد تام بإرفاق جداول وإحصائيات وتقديرات لبعض المناطق الملوثة وذكرها بالاسم، وليس عندنا أي مانع. بخصوص ما ذكره في هيلو تراست حول المساعدة من قبل يماك في جلب المعدات، نحن على استعداد تام لتقديم المساعدة ضمن صلاحياتنا في البرنامج الوطني وأيضا في تعامل مع الحكومة. ونحن أيضا هناك في اليمن أصبح دخول المواد إليه فيه نوع من الصعوبة نتيجة للبند السابع والإجراءات أيضا الموجودة حول دخول المواد إلى اليمن، خصوصا أي مواد تتعلق بالمواد المتفجرة أو بينما التي طلب منا هي عملية أجهزة وأيضا معدات وقاية ومواد خاصة بالألغام. نحن على استعداد تام لتقديم كل التسهيلات وهذا هو واجبنا، ونشكر كل من قدم لنا الطلب. شكرا سيدي الرئيس. وأيضا للملاحظة إذا سوف نوافي أيضا بالإيميل باقي الملاحظات لكل الاستفسارات التي طرحت، وعلى استعداد تام لتقديم أي إيضاحات لأي شريك أو منظمة أو مركز جنيف في أي وقت. شكرا للجميع.
Je remercie la délégation du Yémen pour tous ces commentaires et ces réactions. J'en profite dès lors pour nous avons bien noté que les commentaires écrits seront soumis au comité. J'en profiterai dès lors pour peut-être demander à la délégation du Yémen de prendre en considération aussi les éventuels commentaires que ICBL souhaiterait faire par rapport à la demande du Yémen. ICBL à qui je n'ai pas encore donné la parole parce que je ne l'ai pas vu et j'en suis désolé. Mais dès lors, je vous donne la parole maintenant pour de rapides commentaires qui pourront être pris en compte dans des éventuelles remarques écrites soumises par la suite auprès du comité. ICBL, je vous donne la parole. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Yemen for presenting their extension request today. We're just going to keep our comments very brief. Yemen is requesting an extension of 5 years until March 2028, with the likelihood that further extensions will be needed to meet its clearance commitments under Article 5. While the challenges of preparing a detailed work plan by Yemen in the ongoing difficult circumstances are fully understood, a work plan still remains an essential element of any request for an extension deadline and is required by the Oslo Action Plan. In its revised extension request, it is very important Yemen develops and includes a work plan for the baseline survey based on the prioritization matrix and accessible areas to show which accessible areas will be surveyed during the extension period, when the activities will be undertaken, the expected completion date, and which operators will carry out the survey. This will provide some basis for tracking progress. And Yemen would still be able to provide updates to this plan on an annual basis to reflect any changes in circumstances. Mr. Chair, I would also like to take this opportunity to remind all state parties who have submitted extension requests on the importance to include within their requests detailed, costed and multi-year plans for context-specific mine risk education and reduction in affected communities, as required by Action 24 of the Oslo Action Plan. This is an action that appears to be frequently missing from extension requests, with past risk education activities described, but no detailed forward planning or explanations as to high-risk groups will be reached. Ecuador, Serbia, Thailand, and Yemen all need to include plans for how mine risk education and reduction will be addressed during their extension periods. Finally, ICBL also encourages all affected states to request only the amount of time for which they are able to plan to enable close and regular check-ins and follow-up on their survey and clearance planning and implementation progress. Thank you very much.
Je remercie ICBL pour ces commentaires. Et avec l'accord de la délégation du Yémen, je me permettrai peut-être de poursuivre et en prenant en compte que le Yémen prendra ces remarques dans ses remarques écrites adressées au comité, si c'est OK pour la délégation du Yémen. Je poursuis dans ce cas-là. OK. C'est OK pour la délégation du Yémen?
نوافق على ذلك.
OK, parfait. Dans ce cas-là, permettez-moi rapidement de passer, avant de passer à la discussion de panel, de passer aux États dont l'échéance en ce qui concerne leurs obligations visées à l'article 5 de la Convention est proche, mais qui n'ont pour le moment pas soumis de demande de prolongation en vertu de l'article 5. Permettez-moi, dans ce cadre-là, de commencer par donner la parole à l'Afghanistan. Mais avant de le faire, je souhaiterais d'abord remercier la mission permanente de l'Afghanistan à Genève pour son engagement auprès du comité de l'article 5. Nous connaissons tous ici la situation actuelle en Afghanistan et nous reconnaissons la situation complexe à laquelle l'Afghanistan est confronté. Nous savons également que d'importants travaux de déminage humanitaire se poursuivent et doivent continuer de se poursuivre de manière impartiale. Permettez-moi maintenant de donner la parole à l'Afghanistan. L'Afghanistan, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I am honored to present an update on implementation of the Article 5 of the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention and also the extension request of Afghanistan. The government of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan ratified the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention in 2002. And the convention entered into force for Afghanistan on the 1st of March 2003. Mr. Chair, Afghanistan still remains one of the most heavily contaminated countries with the landmines and explosive remnants of war in the world. They continue to affect over 1,500 communities, 259 districts in all 34 provinces of the country. Afghanistan had planned to clear all these contaminated areas till March 2023, but unfortunately, due to the ongoing conflict and also the last 2 decades of war by the Taliban and other terrorist groups against the government of Afghanistan, and the military took over of Afghanistan by the Taliban on August 2021, all the mine action plans are negatively affected. Hence, Afghanistan is not able to clear all the contaminated areas until March 2023. Improvised mines are still used as weapons of choice, and these devices are posing a serious threat to the lives of civilians. Due to the complexity on the ground and the current crisis in Afghanistan, we will submit an application for the extension request in 2 phases shortly. One is an interim extension from March 2023 until March 2025, and another is application from March 2025 at that time accordingly. Excellencies, Afghanistan is ready to fulfill all its obligations under the convention once the country is freed and a legitimate government by the will of the people comes into the power. Finally, I would like to give thanks to all donors who continuously support the mine action programs in Afghanistan through the years. I thank you.
Je remercie l'Afghanistan pour cette présentation et pour ces commentaires. Et nous attendons évidemment avec intérêt de travailler avec vous et de vous soutenir dans vos efforts pour soumettre une demande de prolongation à l'examen de la 20e Assemblée des États parties. Je me tourne dès lors maintenant vers des éventuelles délégations qui souhaiteraient prendre la parole concernant la demande d'extension de délai de l'Afghanistan. Je reconnais la délégation de ICBL. ICBL, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we were pleased to hear from Afghanistan, and thank you for providing this update and an insight on how it's going to go forward. We have been deeply concerned about the pending extension request by Afghanistan, and we understand the complexity of the situation on the ground. And we would like to call on all stakeholders to do all they can to ensure that Afghanistan's request can be submitted as soon as possible and considered by states parties. And we hope this will allow the continuation of formal compliance next to ongoing mine action work on the ground in Afghanistan. And we call on for everyone to be as open-minded, pragmatic, and really focused on ensuring that the good work on mine action can continue and Afghanistan can remain in compliance. Thank you very much.
Je remercie la délégation de ICPL et sans plus attendre, je donne la parole à Mine Action Review ou Mine Action Review. Vous avez la parole, suivi par la suite de The Yellow Trust.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are concerned that Afghanistan has yet to submit its Article 5 deadline extension request. Its Article 5 deadline is the 31st of March 2023. To remain in compliance with Article 5, Afghanistan must therefore submit an extension request to be considered and granted by state parties at the 20th meeting of state parties. We appreciate the fact that state parties do not recognize the Taliban government. However, this does not change the fact that it is the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan that has legal obligations as a state party to the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. It is the government of Afghanistan that has jurisdiction and control over all anti-personnel mined areas. Afghanistan's legal obligations apply to Article 5 in the same way that they apply to all other provisions under the Mine Ban Treaty, including the obligation under Article 1 never to use anti-personnel mines. Afghanistan has massive mine contamination, which poses a deadly legacy and significant humanitarian risk to civilians. It is essential that anti-personnel mined areas are addressed under the provisions of the Mine Ban Treaty. The government of Afghanistan has a National Mine Action Authority, the Directorate of Mine Action Coordination, DMAC. We encourage the government of Afghanistan, with support from DMAC, to submit its Article 5 deadline extension request as soon as possible so that it can be considered by the Committee on Article 5 implementation and by other state parties ahead of 20 MSP. To maintain the integrity of the convention, it is essential that we collectively strive to ensure that affected state parties do not become in violation of Article 5. Thank you.
Je remercie la délégation de Mine Action Review Et je donne la parole à The Yellow Trust, suivi par la suite de UNMAS. Yellow Trust.
Thank you, Chair. HALO remains fully committed to mine action in Afghanistan and to the people of Afghanistan. I would like to invite you to an informal briefing by HALO Afghanistan on progress in current HALO operations. It will take place tomorrow lunchtime in the Blue Room, and I hope delegates will be able to join us. Many thanks.
Je remercie The Yellow Trust et je suppose bien évidemment que nous ne manquerons pas de rappeler le Society Events dès demain. Je donne maintenant la parole à UNMAS.
Thank you. As the senior technical advisor for the UN in mine action in Afghanistan, Paul Heslop, just to highlight that we were requested on the 26th of April by the de facto authorities as the map of the mine action program for Afghanistan to create a humanitarian coordination mechanism. This we are working with now with our Afghan and international mine action partners with engagement or regular engagement with the de facto authorities to ensure that we maintain access across the country. To this end, a national survey has been launched and the initial findings are positive. We're cancelling more land than we're adding to the database, which is great. And to this end, we will work with anybody on all stakeholders and trying to work out this week how the next extension request can be put together. We welcome the call from the Afghan representative today for a 2-year extension while things are sorted out. And I hope by the end of 2023, we have an accurate picture of the level of contamination, particularly new contamination that falls under the definition of an anti-personnel mine of an improvised nature that has been widely used in the last 5 years and is certainly responsible for the vast increase in casualties. So while I'm here for the next 2 days, I'm very happy to engage with anybody who has any questions about the situation on the ground. I left Kabul on Thursday, and we look forward to support from member states to meet the Ottawa obligations and to try and turn Afghanistan into a mine-free country as soon as possible. Thank you.
Je remercie le délégué de UNMAS pour ces informations. S'il n'y a pas d'autres commentaires sur la demande de prolongation de l'Afghanistan, je me tournerai peut-être vers la délégation de l'Afghanistan elle-même pour d'éventuelles remarques par rapport à ce qui vient d'être mentionné. L'Afghanistan, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank ICBL, Mine Review Action, and Hello Trust and UNMAS for their comments, advice, and remarks. And I don't have anything to say now because of the complexity on the ground, and UNMAS also have access to the ground in Afghanistan, and we will together work together, and also will submit our application for extension shortly during 2-3 days, and we will be in touch with colleagues. Thank you very much.
Je remercie la délégation de l'Afghanistan pour ces remarques. Avant de passer enfin à la discussion de panel, permettez-moi de terminer sur la situation de l'Érythrée. Comme nous en avons discuté précédemment hier déjà, l'Érythrée reste dans une situation de non-respect de la Convention suite à l'expiration de son délai de l'article 5, sans que l'Érythrée n'ait soumis une demande de prolongation conformément à cet article 5. L'Érythrée, malgré l'appel de la 18e Assemblée des États parties et les contacts répétés des présidents actuels et passés et des titulaires de charge de la Convention, que je remercie ici à nouveau, n'a pas engagé de dialogue coopératif et reste dans une situation de non-respect de la Convention, de ses obligations par rapport à la Convention. Cette réunion réitère son appel à l'Érythrée pour qu'elle engage sans délai un dialogue coopératif avec le comité sur l'application de l'article 5. À défaut d'établir un dialogue coopératif avec l'Érythrée et de résoudre l'état actuel de non-respect, les États parties devraient envisager de rechercher des clarifications et éventuellement de résoudre la question relative au respect par l'Érythrée de la Convention par l'intermédiaire du secrétaire général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, conformément à l'article 8, paragraphe 2 de la Convention. Permettez-moi maintenant de donner la parole éventuellement à l'Érythrée pour nous informer de cette situation, de son point de vue par rapport à la question. Il semblerait que l'Érythrée n'est pas actuellement dans la salle. Il n'a pas été enregistré parmi les participants. Malheureusement, donc l'Érythrée ne se joint pas à nous aujourd'hui pour nous fournir une mise à jour de sa situation et les questions liées à sa demande de prolongation et son statut de non-conformité. Cette situation est encore une fois une préoccupation pour le comité et pour l'Assemblée des États parties dans son ensemble. Et à l'avenir, avec le président de la Convention, nous continuerons à rechercher le dialogue coopératif avec l'Érythrée. Encore une fois, à défaut de le faire, les États parties devront décider lors de la 20e Assemblée des États parties de la manière de procéder conformément à ce que nous avons déjà décidé lors de la 19e Assemblée des États parties. Ce sera bien sûr la première fois dans l'histoire de la Convention que nous en arriverons à cette situation. Nous espérons toujours que nous serons en mesure de résoudre ce problème de la manière coopérative, de la meilleure manière coopérative possible, avec laquelle nous avons toujours résolu tous nos problèmes. Cependant, cette affaire reste pour le moment entre les mains de l'Érythrée. Je me permets de donner la parole à toute délégation qui souhaiterait prendre la parole face à cette question. Nous avons pour le moment sur notre liste ICBL et Mine Action Review. Je donne la parole à ICBL.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The ongoing violation of the treaty by Eritrea, following its failure to present a request for deadline extension in December 2020, remains a grave concern, and we are greatly disappointed by Eritrea's lack of re-engagement and its absence at the meeting today. We welcome the decision in regard to Eritrea adopted by states parties at the 19 MSP that calls on Eritrea to submit a request for extension no later than 31st March 2022 for consideration by the 20th meeting of states parties, and that failing the establishment of cooperative dialogue with Eritrea and resolution to the current status of non-compliance, the states parties should consider seeking clarification and resolving questions relating to compliance by Eritrea through the Secretary General of the United Nations in accordance with Article 8.2 of the Convention. We thank the Committee on Article 5, the Presidency, the ISU, and all other partners for the outrage vis-à-vis Eritrea. Should Eritrea not come back into compliance ahead of the 20 MSP, states parties should indeed take a decision at the MSP in November to implement the steps foreseen by Article 8.2 of the Convention. But we do remain hopeful that Eritrea will come back in compliance ahead of the 20 MSP. We thank you.
Je remercie ICBL pour sa déclaration et donne maintenant la parole à Mine Action Review. Mine Action Review, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are extremely concerned that Eritrea has yet to submit a request to extend its Article 5 deadline, which expired on the 31st of December 2020. Eritrea is in non-compliance with the Convention and has taken no steps to remedy this. It is also worth noting that Eritrea has not submitted an Article 7 report since 2014, and there is no indication of any demining since the end of 2013, which, without exceptional justification, would itself amount to a serious violation of the Convention. We appreciate the efforts made by the Presidency, the Committee on Article 5 implementation, the ISU, and many others to engage Eritrea. In the failure of the establishment of a cooperative dialogue with Eritrea and resolution to the current status of non-compliance, the state parties must now seek clarification through the UN Secretary General in accordance with Article 8.2 of the Convention, and then, if there is none forthcoming, mandate an obligatory fact-finding mission. It is essential for the integrity of Article 5 and the Convention that state parties take action on this issue under Article 8. Thank you.
Je remercie Mine Action Review pour ses commentaires et reconnais la délégation du Canada. Le Canada, vous avez la parole.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. D'abord, nous saluons vos efforts ainsi que ceux des autres membres du comité, de l'unité de soutien à la mise en œuvre de la Convention et de toute autre partie prenante qui ont tenté d'approcher l'Érythrée pour solliciter son engagement par rapport à ses obligations dans la Convention. Cette situation est une préoccupation de très haut niveau pour toute la communauté de la Convention. Nous tenons simplement à vous exprimer notre soutien complet dans vos efforts pour obtenir l'engagement de l'Érythrée. Cette situation devra être prioritaire lors de l'Assemblée des États parties cette année. Nous devrons donner suite aux résolutions que nous avons prises par rapport à cette situation lors de la réunion de l'année dernière et être conséquent en prenant les mesures qui s'imposent, ce qui concrètement voudra dire, à moins que l'Érythrée donne signe de vie d'ici là, ce qui voudra dire solliciter des clarifications par l'entremise du secrétaire général des Nations unies. Encore une fois, vous pouvez compter sur notre plein soutien d'ici à l'Assemblée des États parties afin de rectifier cette situation. Merci beaucoup.
Je remercie la délégation du Canada. Et s'il n'y a pas d'autres commentaires pour l'instant, tout d'abord, je rappelle qu'il sera toujours possible, évidemment, de prendre la parole concernant toute question relative non seulement aux demandes d'extension dont il a été question maintenant, mais à toute question relative à l'article 5 dans les heures qui restent de session. Mais si cela convient à l'Assemblée, sans plus attendre, je souhaiterais peut-être passer à la discussion de panel prévue déjà depuis 1 heure, étant donné que nos panélistes sont impatients de pouvoir prendre la parole. Les questions relatives à l'article 5 continueront d'être évoquées dès que du temps se libérera, que ce soit à la fin de toute discussion de panel ou même encore demain. Sans plus attendre, je propose donc de passer à la discussion de panel, article 5 et comité, sur l'assistance et la coopération. Merci beaucoup. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, it is again my pleasure to open this session on matters related to the mandate of the Committee on Article 5 implementation, but also on the cooperation and assistance. So first of all, sorry, as you might have noticed, I will speak maybe in English for this session. I hope that my French-speaking colleagues will understand that for some interactivity, I would prefer to speak in English. Dear colleagues, thank you for joining us for the first of the two discussion spaces to discuss matters associated with the implementation of Article 5. This year, together with my colleague Nana Nagai, who chairs the Committee on the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance, we decided to join forces and co-host this panel. Following the first speakers, I will hand over to her. As you would have seen from the concept note, this session is entitled Making Every Effort Count, Applying Reasonable Efforts and Cooperation Assistance Toward a Successful 2025. I would like to welcome our panelists, which I will not introduce here in the interest of time. As you know, we might be really behind the schedule. I hope all of you have the concept note for the panel. It might be useful. And I do, however, want to take this opportunity to thank them for agreeing to participate on this panel and get our discussion started. The objective of the panel discussion is to recall the legal obligations of the states parties in implementation of Article 5, introduce the concept of all reasonable efforts and tools to support states parties in ensuring its application at a national level, provide a practical example of efforts to ensure that national policies and processes are in place for the implementation of all reasonable efforts for the purpose of implementation of a state's Article 5 obligations. Explore opportunities for cooperation and assistance to share best practices and lessons learned between state parties, and also to discuss what success can look like by 2025 and efforts required to move us into this direction. After we hear from the panelists, we will open the floor. You're of course welcome to take the floor to ask questions and to share comments or suggestions concerning advancing cooperation for rehabilitation. You are encouraged to make use of the guiding questions that you can find in the concept note. As the President mentioned in his opening remarks, this is an informal meeting, and as such, it provides us with an opportunity to speak and discuss matters in an informal manner, to share ideas and to learn from one another. We want to hear from all of you. Colleagues, in 2014, we committed to addressing our time-bound obligations to the fullest extent possible by 2025. At the fourth review conference in 2019, we recommitted to this goal and adopted the Oslo Action Plan as a roadmap to get us there successfully. Getting there successfully does not always mean completion by 2025. Although this is, of course, our main goal. In fact, I'm certain that in light of the pandemic and our continued efforts, despite the pandemic, we will be able to look back by 2025 on measurable successes we have made towards implementation. Completion is not and should not be our only measure of success. For example, we will be able to declare success if we overcome political impasses to implementation, if we are able to put in place all the best practices and accumulated over the past 20 years, increasing the effectiveness and efficiency of our efforts. Also, if we can develop strong and true partnerships for completion between mine-affected states parties in a position to provide financial and technical assistance, and all other stakeholders. Many states do in fact have plans and strategies in place to fulfill their commitments under Article 5 by the end of 2025. And where possible, we should rely around these states to support their efforts in the cooperative spirit that has been the trademark of this convention. As many of the mine-affected states present here today near completion, it is important that all of us, including contributing states and organizations, are clear in our understanding of what it means to complete the implementation of our respective Article 5 obligations in line with the convention and taking into account their understandings and recommendations adopted by the states parties since the entry into force of the convention. Returning to the treaty text is therefore a key starting point and our common anchor. On this point, and without further ado, I would like to offer the floor to Dr. Wen Zhu, Legal Advisor, Harm and Conduct of Hostilities Unit, Legal Division from the International Committee of the Red Cross, and that a lot of us already know. To get us started and highlight to us what our end goal is in the implementation of Article 5. This is not new to many of you, but it always deserves repeating and is always an important starting point for our discussion. Wen, thank you very much for joining us, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's my great pleasure to join this panel and brief you on the legal obligation under Article 5 of the Convention. Indeed, as the chair has pointed out, as we are approaching the 2025 aspirational deadline of achieving a mine-free world, this is really a timely panel discussion. And we hope that this discussion will assist states parties with outstanding Article 5 obligations to prepare themselves towards the completion of mine clearance. So to set the scene of this panel, it might be useful to recall the obligation under Article 5 of the Convention from a legal perspective. Under Article 5, each state party must destroy or ensure the destruction of all anti-personnel mines in mined areas under its jurisdiction or control as soon as possible, but no later than 10 years after entry into force of the convention for that state. To this end, every effort must be made to identify all areas under its jurisdiction or control in which anti-personnel mines are known or suspected to be in place. Pending clearance of the mine areas, the article also obliges state parties to take mine action and mine risk education measures. Of course, the article also allows state party to make extension requests should 10 years period is not sufficient to complete mine clearance. So in this respect, decisions and reflections made by states parties at the past MSPs and review conferences provide useful guidance for the full and effective implementation of obligations under Article 5. Notably, there have been working papers submitted to the 9th MSP in 2008, to the 12th MSP in 2012, to the 17th MSP in 2018. And there are also guidance that can be sought from the sections 5 and 6 of the 2019 Oslo Action Plan. So to break down the obligation under Article 5, each state party must destroy or ensure the destruction of all anti-personnel mines in mine areas under its jurisdictional control as soon as possible within its treaty deadline. It is important to stress that the term mined area is defined in Article 2, Paragraph 5 of the Convention as an area which is dangerous due to the presence or suspected presence of mines. And the obligation to destroy and ensure the destruction of anti-personnel mines applies to all areas falling under the definition of mined area under the jurisdiction or control of a state party, irrespective of the difficulty to access a mine area. For example, areas on high mountains, in forested areas, or areas the access to which is problematic due to security concerns, and irrespective of the type of anti-personnel mine in place, be it manufactured or of an improvised nature. The mine clearance obligation applies to all mined areas that a state party has made every effort to identify pursuant to Article 5, Paragraph 2 of the Convention. This has been understood by states parties as an obligation to carry out evidence-based technical and non-technical surveys and clearance with the aim of the full, efficient, and expedient implementation of Article 5. Upon completion of its Article 5 obligations, a state party is encouraged to submit a voluntary declaration of completion, provided that it has destroyed or ensured the destruction of all anti-personnel mines in areas under its jurisdictional control in which anti-personnel mines were known or suspected to be in place in accordance with Article 5. In the event that previously unknown mined areas are discovered or newly mined areas appear, the concerned state party will implement a rational response to such situation as per recommendations adopted by the 12th MSP. In this respect, the completion of mine clearance is not yet achieved should there be any area that is known or suspected to contain mines under the jurisdiction or control of a state party, irrespective of the difficulty to access such an area. The Convention's past meetings have acknowledged the practical usefulness of applying the International Mine Action Standards, IMAS, in guiding mine clearance actions. In particular, these actions are to be defined and elaborated in national standards based on IMAS, and to ensure an evidence-based approach when designating an area as suspected hazardous area or confirmed hazardous area. States parties commit to report on progress in accordance with the land release methodology employed. For example, canceled through non-technical survey, reduced through technical survey, or cleared through clearance. Among others, the concept of all reasonable efforts represents the mine action sector's reflection to remove the presence or suspicion of contaminated areas with the minimum accepted level of effort. This is a tool to provide technical guidance to locate and destroy explosive ordnance contamination from an operational point of view, irrespective of the type of contamination, for example, mines, cluster munitions, and other explosive remnants of war, and without prejudice to a state's status as party or not to a weapons treaty. As was noted in the technical note on all reasonable efforts, for states parties to the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention, using the concept of all reasonable effort does not modify in any way the obligations under the Mine Ban Convention. This is a crucial point of understanding to ensure the full implementation of Article 5. To conclude, the completion of Article 5 obligations is key to achieving the Convention's humanitarian aim and has implementation also on human security and development. It requires concerted and augmented efforts by affected states, donors, and national and international operators to accelerate the full and effective implementation of Article 5 obligation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wen, for grounding our discussions on the legal text of the Convention. As we see, the obligations included in Article 5 includes a lot of diverse situations. States parties have across the history of a convention developed our common understanding of the Article 5. And while there might exist technical helps, I would say, to the convention, this does not change in any way the text of our convention and the obligations that runs through that convention. So as you mentioned, the convention is clear on our endpoint. However, it does not prescribe how we get there. In terms of the how, the states parties have time and time again referenced the importance of international mine action standards as a frame of reference to establish national standards to guide the implementation of their Article 5 obligation. This, as many of you know, is highlighted quite prominently in most sections of the Oslo Action Plan. Action 5 in particular highlights the need to keep national mine action standards up to date in accordance with the latest international mine action standards, adapt them to new challenges, and employ best practices to ensure efficient and effective implementation. As highlighted in the concept notes, the concept of all reasonable efforts was established within the framework of the IMAS in a technical note to provide guidance to states in efficiently and effectively addressing contamination by explosive ordnance. I would like to welcome Radwa Rabieh, I hope that name was correct, sorry, Advisor, Capacity Development, National Mine Action Standards and Compliance of the Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining, which has joined the panel to provide us with an overview on the concept of all reasonable efforts and how, as mentioned in the technical notes, for states parties to the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention, the Convention on Cluster Munitions, and the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, using the concept of all reasonable efforts does not modify in any way the obligations under those conventions, but provides technical guidance that may assist states in the application of those obligations. Radwa, thank you for joining us. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies and esteemed colleagues. I would like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share the reflections of the Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining on the recent technical note for mine action on all reasonable effort that was released in March 2021 after wide consultations. For decades, monumental resources have been invested to address explosive ordnance contamination, yet as of today, victims continue to fall, and states and communities affected by explosive ordnance continue to bear the brunt of identifying and removing explosive ordnance. Next slide, please. Next slide, next slide. 33 state parties have reported contamination, and 33 state parties have reported obligations under Article 5. Many more have reported explosive ordnance contamination. As reported by states, we understand that there are tremendous financial and operational strains for them to achieve their obligations. The International Mine Action Standards Framework, what we call IMAS, have been developed to help states operationalize their commitments under various disarmament treaties, including the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. IMAS are broad to accommodate to the realities of different explosive ordnance affected countries, regardless of their membership status or their different treaty commitments. IMAS will thus also guide the development of national standards so that states can meet these treaty obligations. To ensure that considerable yet finite resources are used effectively and efficiently, and that affected populations have the confidence to use land returned to them, the concept of all reasonable effort has been developed within the IMAS framework to foster a common understanding of how to release land more effectively and efficiently in comparison to how we did so decades ago. Next slide. Next slide, please. IMAS define all reasonable effort as the minimum acceptable level of effort to identify or document contaminated areas or to remove the presence or suspicion of explosive ordnance. Next. The emphasis here sets on a comprehensive, evidence-based, reasoned, interlinked management approach to ensure that contamination is identified and cleared without wasting precious resources or time, while confidence in the processes applied is increased. Next. ARE neither means nor encourages cutting corners to leave obligations unfulfilled or avoid expending resources to address complex or costly tasks. On the contrary, ARE reinforces states' capacity to meet their obligations efficiently and effectively, and resonates with the relevant conventions and their action plans, including the Oslo Action Plan. It encourages utilizing appropriate and proportionate investments to reach the necessary level of confidence that explosive ordnance has been identified and removed. Next, please. Applying all reasonable effort does not pertain only to the technical operations of land release, namely non-technical survey, technical survey, and clearance, but it applies more widely to the comprehensive management aspects that need to be in place to ensure that land release operations are successful. These aspects include the setting up of a mine action governance structure to manage the National Mine Action Program, the regulatory frameworks for the planning and implementation of land release. These would include national mine action strategies and national standards and other relevant regulations, an appropriate information management system that needs to be in place to define the scope of contamination and track progress achieved. ARE cannot be properly achieved if information available is either flawed or incomplete. A robust quality management system, including on accreditation and long-term monitoring, are essentials for the identification of non-conformities to standards, the associated training needs, and for proactively adjusting planning and implementation to incorporate lessons learned. An effective risk management system and a comprehensive risk analysis will inform appropriate land release interventions, and combined with functional information management and quality management systems, they are essential for the management of residual contamination. Next slide, please. Operationally, clear ARE criteria will set the bounds of different land release processes. For example, defining direct and indirect evidence within the NMAS or the national standards, setting the criteria for proceeding with non-technical survey or technical survey, for land reduction or cancellation, and for database cleanups, defining clearance depths and the allocation of equipment are all examples of how applying all reasonable effort in land release decision-making processes could look like. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The TNMA summarizes some of the key principles for applying all reasonable effort in land release. These include the documentation of land release activities, the development of criteria for land classification, the enhancement of inclusive dialogue with the communities, and the implementation of land handover, the management of liabilities, and defining the terminologies that are used for reporting. These principles are interlinked and embedded within the wider management systems. For instance, the accurate documentation of land release is fundamental for the functional of information management and quality management systems in place. It equally enhances the capacities of national authorities to manage residual contamination or future liability claims. The TNMA provides a checklist that is likely to be useful for states to carry out analysis on whether ARE has been applied or not. It lists examples of the relevant requirements for both national mine action authorities and operators and their corresponding guidance within IMAS, as you see on that slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. As a part of its support to states in developing their national standards using an ARE lens, the GICHC has recently adopted the TNMA's checklist as the basis for an assessment conducted in Angola on the status of ARE and the actions required to achieve it. This is just one example of how such a checklist approach may be useful for countries to define ARE criteria or assess their current situations. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Finally, there are additional elements that are important to consider in order to achieve ARE. Conflict, gender, and diversity-sensitive community engagement is fundamental. Affected communities not only have vital information for the identification and removal of explosive ordnance contamination, but their engagement increases their buy-in and ultimately reinforces the confidence in using their lands. ARE cannot be addressed without defining the responsibilities of management of liability. This is likely to include higher level state representations and other stakeholders out and beyond the national mine action authorities, and may require to be reflected within either national mine action standards or other relevant regulatory frameworks or laws. Similarly, addressing the management of residual contamination and those risks remaining after all reasonable effort has been applied is central to defining ARE criteria themselves. It should be incorporated early on into the planning of the mine action programs, and particularly for those countries approaching obligation deadlines, this should be considered as a matter of urgency. Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies and colleagues, The concept of ARE reinforces the importance of a comprehensive evidence-based approach to managing land release. And it emphasizes the importance of applying IMAS effectively and efficiently, and by extension, applying national standards in a similar way. ARE is applied when sufficient reliable information has been obtained to conclude with confidence that there is no evidence of EU contamination, and that where evidence has been obtained, the right interventions were implemented effectively and efficiently without sparing an effort. Accordingly, states can declare with confidence fulfilling their obligations under Article 5 towards a successful 2025 and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Excellencies.
Thank you, Radwa, for your clear presentation on the concept of all reasonable efforts. We look forward to hearing from all of you, all of the delegations, and all of the relevant stakeholders on this matter when we will open the floor for discussions. It's clear that the national mine action standards developed on the basis of the most up-to-date international mine action standards would place states parties in the best place to achieve our common objectives. It's also clear how the application of this technical note can support states parties in ensuring a conducive environment to ensure the effective and efficient implementation of Article 5. Let us now turn to how this plays out in the practice. I have the great pleasure of now turning to General Muhammad Ibrahimzoda, who director of the Tajikistan National Mine Action Center, who has agreed to join us to illustrate how the application of all reasonable efforts has improved the efficiency and effectiveness of Tajikistan's mine action program. General Ibrahimzoda, thank you for joining us, and you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chairman. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the President of the Convention and GSHD and ASU for organizing the intersessional meeting and providing the opportunity to participate in this event and to share application of all reasonable efforts by Tajikistan Mine Action Program to meet Article 5 application. As you may know, the territory of Tajikistan in 93% mountains, and the photo that you can see right now was taken during the visit of the Convention Implementation Support Unit, Mr. Grigory Kaskar, to observe land release operation in high mountains area of our country. Next slide, please. Speaking about all reasonable efforts taken by Tajikistan on the way to ensure mine-free and safe ground all over the country, we started with the nationalization of Tajikistan Mine Action Program and developing an adoption of strong legislative and regulatory document. There are 7 main strategic achievements listed in these slides, which are crucial for Tajikistan Mine Action Program. On this slide, you can see all the national legislative and regulatory document which significantly strengthening the national framework to ensure that operations are implemented efficiently. And one of the most important achievements was the development and adoption of the law of Republic of Tajikistan on humanitarian mine action, which allow us to conduct all our activities in mine action on the legal base, thereby providing the ground for the implementation of all reasonable efforts, including involvement of support from the various ministries and entities to fulfill the country obligation under Ottawa Convention efficiently. All the listed legal documents and the law what had passed, the requirements, strict government procedure, and all of them are signed by the President of Republic of Tajikistan. Next slide, please. On this legislative and policy basis, now I would like to tell about you the land release progress and achievement towards Article 5 completion in Tajikistan. These slides illustrated land release operation progress from 2004 and 2018. Tajikistan Mine Action Program started land release operation from 2004. During the previous 15 years, more than 9.5 million square meters of hazard land was released, and the result, more than 19,000 mine and UXO were found and destroyed. The total number of cleared minefield areas is 288. From then, more than 11 million square meters was cleared. Nearby 5 million square meters was reduced by technical survey and 3 million square meters cancelled by NTS. If you look at the map, you can see green circles, which mean cleared areas, brown triangles, suspect hazard area, and colored triangles remaining confirmed hazard area. It's worth to note that in the early years, operations were not as efficient as today. This was caused by the unavailability of minefield records and relevant actual information changed in the location of mines due to the weather condition and natural disasters and the application of non-technical survey without technical intervention and all reasonable efforts. The non-technical survey operation without technical information demonstrated less efficiently and effectiveness as the surveyed area often was which bigger than actual contaminated area. Next slide, please. Further on, starting from 2019, the land release progress significantly improved in comparison with previous year. Taking into account the importance of efficiency in land release, the methodology of NTS was changed and we began using the combined NTS with technical intervention. This allows us to detect signs of contamination and more accurately determine the location of minefields. The main reason to combine the NTS with technical intervention is to detect the actual evidence directly on suspected hazard area until the first hazard sign is identified. Such methods has demonstrated its effectiveness and efficiency and significantly contributed to saving time, cost, and efforts. On this slide, you can see the land release operation from 2019-2021. Only for the recent 3 years, more than 4 million square meters land was released, and the result, more than 22,000 mine and explosive ordnance were found and destroyed. The total number of cleared minefield areas is 65, from which more than 1.5 million square meters was cleared, 1.2 million square meters was reduced by technical survey, and more than 1.3 million square meters cancelled by NTS with technical intervention. Out of 65 areas, the number of areas released through NTS with technical intervention is 13. The size of this area released by reduction and cancellation 1.7 million square meters. You can see green circles, which means cleared areas, brown triangles, suspect hazard area, and red colored triangles remaining confirmed hazard area. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrated the result of used methodology of combined non-technical survey with technical intervention, which represent the application of all reasonable efforts. The number of confirmed hazard areas by non-technical survey with technical intervention is 36, with total size 2.5 million square meters, including 1.6 million square meters without minefield records and nearby 900,000 square meters with minefield records. It's worth. I would like to know that in Tajikistan, the new methodology to combine NTS with technical intervention is applied due to the following reason. Minefield records are not available. No communities reside in the area. Occurrence of natural disasters causing migration of mine and explosive ordnance from one place to another. We understand the need for improvement of land release progress and the importance of efficiency. Our work, TNMAC, took the decision to develop guidelines on the application of the combined non-technical survey with technical intervention. This new methodology was agreed with the specialists from JSHD and further efficiently used it for land release operation, thereby saving time, cost, and efforts. Next slide, please. Now I will show the examples from the highly mountains contaminated districts that you can see progress made by the NTS with technical intervention. The number of confirmed hazard areas confirmed is 21 without minefield records, with the site nearby 1 million square meters. Next slide, please. This slide shows also highly mountains contaminated district in Khatlon province of the Tajik side of the Tajik-Afghan border. The areas has hard to reach terrain, and there is highly likely more hazard areas to be identified. The technical survey with technical intervention brought up 7 confirmed hazard area without minefield records with the nearby 525,000 square meters in size, to battle area nearby 270,000 square meters in size. Next slide, please. In accordance with the NMAS and SOP, the cleared land is mapped and checked during the quality control operation by Tajikistan National Mine Action Officer. And then in the case of if non-conformities are not identified, the relevant data is included into IMSMA database, and the cleared land is handed over to local authority for further safe use. Based on the National Mine Action Standard, TNMAC officially hands over the cleared land to the local authority with the handover certificate and map in the cleared area. Next slide, please. After the land clearance and the handover, the local authority for safe use, TNMAC conducted post-clearance assessment. This diagram illustrated the utilization of cleared lands for the purpose indicated in this diagram by percentage. Next slide, please. Developing in the information management system contributed to the application of all reasonable efforts in land lease in the country. A significant progress was made by TNMAC in the information management. We are using IMSMA database in main tool for the entry and reporting. Using the TNMAC, it was launched Argis online and priority setting tools Prisma in the currently developing online maps are available in TNMAC. In 2018, we started implementing of IMSMA Core with GSAG support. Currently, TNMAC use 12 online data entry forms. In a Survey 123 application, all reports in Tajikistan Mine Action Program now go through the online reporting system connected to the database portal. Next slide, please. As a final words, I would like to emphasize that Tajikistan is in the fulfilled commitment to utilize all reasonable efforts to meet its obligation under convention and that to ensure the life of our people safe. There is still a lot of work to be done in Tajikistan to fulfill its obligation. Tajikistan still needs international assistance in Mine Action Program implementation in the future and invites the whole community to continue its precious assistance for this important issue. On behalf of Republic of Tajikistan, I would like to thank all our donors for their great contribution to Tajikistan Mine Action Program. Also, we present our highest gratitude and appreciation to the international agencies that have been involved in Tajikistan Mine Action Program. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director, and congratulations for all the efforts done by Tajikistan to meet its convention obligations. It's obvious that Tajikistan has put forward a wealth of efforts to ensure that it has in place all the elements to successfully implement its program. What you also know firsthand is that implementation not only requires providing a conducive environment for achieving success, but it is also intimately connected to cooperation and assistance. In this sense, I have the privilege of handing over the discussion now to my colleague Nana, who will address this important component of our work. Nana, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vincent, and thank you to all of the presenters and have set the scene concerning the implementation of the Article 5. Now it is a great privilege for me to welcome the panelists that will speak about the cooperation and assistance, specifically South-South cooperation and exchange of the best practices. The state parties have always made it clear that while state party is responsible for implementing the previous provisions of the convention in areas under its jurisdiction or control, enhanced cooperation can support implementation of the convention obligation as soon as possible. The Oslo Action Plan includes several actions regarding cooperation and assistance. I believe the focus of the previous speakers of creating an enabling environment for mine action activities to take place is also linked to facilitating cooperation and assistance, in part because it demonstrates a high level of national ownerships, which has been highlighted as a fundamentals by the state parties. An important part of this includes, firstly, ensuring regular dialogue with the stakeholders to ensure transparency and a joint approach to implementations, including by establishing a national mine action platforms to support these regular dialogues. Secondly, ensuring evidence-based plans and ensuring that we continue strengthen transparency concerning our plans and challenges in their implementations, including by participating in the individualized approach. Following 20 years of the implementations, many of us have experienced and best practices that are applicable to other contexts. We would like to hear from you on your experience with the sharing of best practices and how your government supports the sharing of the best practices between states. We also want to hear from you on your efforts to strengthen regular dialogue with the partners. As Vincent mentioned, this is an informal discussion. Let me now turn to the next speaker, which is Ms. Eri Komukai, Senior Advisor on the Peace Building Japan International Cooperation Agency, to hear from her on the importance of the supporting the exchange of the best practices and years of lessons learned in implementation of convention commitments among state parties. Ms. Komukai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm very much delighted to have this opportunity to share JICA's perspective on assistance and cooperation in mine action sector. JICA is not specialized organization for mine action. In fact, we have a wider portfolio of support and assistance, including, for example, agriculture, infrastructure development, health, education, governance, finance, and so on, through technical cooperation, grant aid, and yen loan. But mine action is one of the very important cooperation assistance in JICA, and we put mine action programs in the pillar of peace building. So today, I'd like to share our perspective, JICA's perspective, how we can support mine action in the context of peace building. Next, please. JICA has been providing assistance and cooperation in mine action sector since late 1990s. Theory of change is a kind of terminology of development forum, and how we can make change through mine action. We are aiming at, of course, preventing and reducing casualties, promoting removal of landmines and UXO and ERW, contributing to poverty reduction and development in the country. And then we, of course, make sure that transparent and accountable operations with evidence-based survey. We are very much interested in the linking mine action program in the development framework, because mine action should not be isolated. It should be well situated in national development plan or district development plan or municipal development plan. And then we also put support to make mine action programs to be effective in two ways. One is to make better management in administration at back offices, to improve rules, regulation, fund management, planning and reporting, logistic, information system and database through dispatching advisor. Here we have Mr. Hayashi, who is dispatched to the Cambodia from JICA. And then we also assist and provide cooperation to improve productivity. That is, I think, one of the topics of this panel discussion. To have better operations at field, to have better tools, manual, dock, machine, etc., and to have better operators, SOPs, field management, and we through provide provision of the equipment and facilities. Next, please. JICA and Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan has been providing holistic assistance and cooperation to institutional capacity development of Cambodian institutions. From 1998 to 2009, our support goes to the capacity development for mine action in Cambodia, combining funding, machinery, and expertise. And that resulted in capacity development of not only CIMAC individual staff, but also CIMAC as an whole institution. Based on that, we shifted our cooperation a bit to support implementation of South-South cooperation by CIMAC with other landmine and ERW contaminated countries. JICA supported 4 countries, you can see here, Colombia, Laos, Iraq, and Angola. And for Colombia and Laos, we have already 2 stages. And for Colombia, now we are preparing for the 3 phases of South-South cooperation. So more than 500 participants benefited this South-South cooperation by CIMAC in more than 30 programs. From 2017 to 2025, JICA focuses on enhancing CIMAC's capacity as a partner organization, contributing to mine action for other contaminated countries. Of course, we extend our assistance and cooperation to Cambodia to meet a deadline of the Article 5, but we want at the same time Cambodia to be a partner country contributing to mine action to other mine affected countries. Next, please. From donors' point of view, we have observed advantages and the contribution of South-South cooperation in mine action. We deliver bilateral cooperation to mine contaminated countries, mine affected countries, but we combine those bilateral cooperation and South-South cooperation. Why? Because, I mean, both those mine affected countries face similar challenges of landmines, which is not the case for Japan. At the field, landmines adds obstacle for development. And at policy level, we recognize to customize international standards in local local context is not easy. But for example, CIMAC has 30 years of experiences for that. So sharing information and knowledge accumulated in decades of experiences is very much convincing and easy to use. And organization of conflict affected country can do it. Why not us? Why Cambodia can do it? Why not us? You know, that kind of sense is stimulating mindset and a changing attitude, which I may not be able to do it. And the building network among staff beyond borders can widen perspective. And then we also recognize a kind of positive side effect of this South-South cooperation, that capacity development and confidence building of CIMAC itself. Next, please. So this is last part of my presentation. From JICA's point of view, we believe my action can contribute to peace building of conflict affected countries. I personally have observed several trainings of South-South cooperation, and then I saw they are sharing similar experiences of conflict and recovery. That really raised motivation and ownership on my action. From yesterday and even today, there are many kind of many people have talked about ownership issues. And then I think this similar sharing similar experiences can really, affect ownership positively. My action in manner of do no harm and do maximum good can promote peace of the country. That's what we believe. My action contributing to reconstruction and development of the country, as well as return and rebuilding community. As I said, my action should not be isolated, and that should be linked with all process of peace building and recovery and reconstruction. So that whole scenario can be shared between those parties. And then my action by ex-combatants promoting reintegration and reconciliation. I learned CMAC has employed ex-combatants from different factions which have been fighting during conflict period. That kind of experience can really encourage other conflict affected countries. That is quite important from JICA's point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your important remarks. It is clear that supporting the exchange of the best practices could very much support the acceleration of the implementation in states. It is also critical to be able to physically see the different approaches on the ground. So now it is 1 o'clock, but thanks to the interpreters, we are still available 15 minutes. So we'd like to continue to the presentation. Now it's a pleasure to hear from our one of the JICA's closest partner in this regard, the Cambodian Mine Action Center. As many of you know, Cambodia has been an important state party to the conventions. That one has seen that the devastating impact of the anti-personnel mine, and which annually hosts a number of exchange visits to learn from their experiences. We are lucky to be joined today by His Excellency Mr. Pumulon, Deputy Director General, Cambodian Mine Action Center, CMAC, who has been in this position since 2008, but a member of the CMAC since 2001. He has also had a number of the planning and operational roles in the CMAC and played a leading role in introducing the land release methodology. His Excellency will offer us information on its efforts to contribute to global implementations by sharing its lessons learned. Your Excellency, thank you very much for joining us today, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Actually, I know you're hungry. Normally my speech is around 1 hour, but I only have 8 minutes, I think I heard. So I will try to be very brief. Next slide, please. I will share CMAC's experience, Cambodia's experience in terms of all reasonable efforts to release land. Actually, we go beyond all reasonable efforts. We go to utmost efforts to release land in the country. And also I will share some experience relating to the South Cooperation, international cooperation, like Eric Mkaisan already mentioned. Next, please. Cambodia, actually, our landmine ERW problem dated back to the 1940s from the World War II. And we only achieved full peace at the end of 1998, December 1998. So the internal conflict started actually from the 1960s. So over 3 decades of conflicts and war left Cambodia with a lot of landmines, and UXO probably one of the worst contaminated countries in the world in terms of landmines, ERW, bombs, cluster munitions. Next slide, please. You can see the map here. Cambodia can be divided into 2 distinct parts. The western part is mostly contaminated by landmines and ground ordnance, and the eastern part is mostly contaminated by air, bombs, cluster munitions, ground ordnance, and landmines. Next slide, please. We have 4 distinct problems to deal with. One is the ERW, including bombs, UXO, AXO. And the second one is cluster munitions, mostly dropped during the Indochina War. And both these problems still remain around 1,200 square kilometers as of 2022, this year. The third problem is landmines. Of course, as you know, we estimate to have around 4 to 6 million landmines in Cambodia. And I think this stage, this year, we still have around 800 square kilometers of contaminated area by landmines. And the last issues we are dealing with is the chemical remnants. We have identified 76 locations of chemical remnants that were dropped during the war. Totally, Cambodia from 1992 to 2021, Cambodia already released 2,350 square kilometers of contaminated areas, and we have found and destroyed more than 4 million landmines and UXO. And we still have around 2,000 square kilometers of contaminated areas to go from 2022 to 2025. Next slide, please. CMAC this year is our 30th anniversary. We were established in 1992, and we have 4 core programs to implement: the mine user risk education, survey and marking, clearance and disposal, and training in mine action. Next slide, please. And over the years, we have developed a wide range of tools and methodologies. We have dogs, we have rats, we have manual teams, EOD, mechanical assets, dive teams, and of course, we have a special unit for infrastructure, demining, and development. So these all actually contribute to the very high output of demining activities in CMAC. Next slide, please. And you can see the result of the annual demining result that CMAC has released. We have reached over 100 square kilometers per year, starting from around 2010. And CMAC plans to double or triple our productivity from this year until 2025 to make sure that we can implement the Ottawa Convention fully. Next slide, please. So CMAC alone already released 1,300 square kilometers, and we have found and destroyed 2.9 million landmines and UXO, which is around 70% of the grand total of the country in terms of landmine UXO, and 55% of the total land release. Next slide, please. With regard to international cooperation, we have done 4 key activities, of course, exchange visit and programs, cross-border cooperation, dispatch of experts and tools, and South-South cooperation, as we mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. With TMAC here, we have the cross-border cooperation in terms of clearing landmines along the Thai-Cambodia border, and we have been entrusted by both governments to carry out this cooperation. We started our pilot project in 2020, and COVID started, and now this year we are resuming our cooperation and discussions. Next slide, please. We have sent our experts and docs to other countries, including South Sudan, Turkey. We work in Laos in terms of mechanical system, Colombia, MDD experts to Colombia also through NPA, and we also dispatch our experts, AD experts to the Marshall Islands with the Golden West Foundations. For the South-South cooperation, we have been implementing this with JICA since 2010. Of course, JICA wanted to utilize our expertise in demining based on a lot of experience that we have learned. So we have established this mechanism of tripartite kind of cooperation between JICA, CMAC, and the third country. Whereas JICA plays a role of funding, facilitation, and the working. We are the implementing agency, and a third country is recipient country. Of course, we have a due process to implement this. I will not go into details. Next slide, please. The objective is to share knowledge and learn from each other's experience, and we want to develop human resources and strengthen institutional capacity of participating organizations through these corporations. We have done 4 programs, like Komugai already mentioned. I don't want to repeat that, with Laos, Angola, Colombia, and Iraq. And the next slides only present the years of this cooperation, so I don't want to go into the details. You can skip that. So far, we have already implemented 36 training courses with those 4 countries, and we have around 600 participants from the 4 countries so far by the end of this year, starting from 2010 to 2022. So there's a lot of participants from those 4 countries. And the last slide, what can we share? Of course, we have a lot of things to share with countries that require assistance, including landmine clearance, EUD, battle area clearance, detection dogs, mechanical system, land release, MRE. We have a very well-established community participatory approach in terms of mine risk education. We can share our SOPs and especially the toolbox integration that we have very high expertise in order to increase our productivity, and other areas of mine action that we can tailor the cost to provide to the needs of each country that we have cooperation with. And in terms of impacts and benefit, I don't want to say that because Ms. Eri Komkai already mentioned it. So that's our experience in terms of South-South cooperation and international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your presentations and for the work of the CMAC over the years to support the work of the global mine action communities by sharing the lesson learned in Cambodia. I'm certain that we will have several questions and interesting discussion on this matter. We're going to continue to this afternoon. So now allow me to turn the floor off to our final speaker, Mr. Akihito Hayashi, Chief Advisor to CMAC, who is responsible for the project to build the sustainability of CMAC and has worked in the past with UXO Lao from 2012 to 2018, supporting Laos in the development of their planning, monitoring, and information management capacity. He has also been coordinating a South-South cooperation approach between CMAC and UXO Lao. Mr. Hayashi will provide a short overview on JICA's role in supporting the CMAC and ensuring the application of the all reasonable efforts. Mr. Hayashi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Hayashi. I'm the JICA advisor to CMAC. Basically, I'm working together with the CMAC colleagues on a daily basis. So my presentation is based on the daily observation from my office. Today, I'd like to talk about the strengths of the CMAC's South-South cooperation approach and JICA's role in it. I'm in a good position to do it because I have been in Lao PDR for some years as a JICA advisor and working with the UXO Lao, which was a recipient organization of this CMAC South-South cooperation approach. And now I'm working with CMAC, so my experience is based on the recipient side and also the provider side. So today I'd like to share 3 perspectives on the strengths of CMAC's approach, and then lastly I would like to talk about how JICA has been supporting this approach. So next slide, please. The first point that I'd like to share here is that how CMAC can share, what CMAC can share covers a variety of experience. CMAC has the 30 years of operation since 1992. With this 30 years experience, CMAC has accumulated a variety of experience and skill set. As shown in the slide, CMAC has shared this experience about how mine action program in Cambodia has evolved. This is an institutional perspective. And also you can look at the management perspective. That is another perspective that CMAC can share. CMAC has an extensive operation, including 1,500 staff members, more than 100 square kilometer land lease a year, and a variety of demining tools. And then if you look at the field, perspective, CMAC has a variety of demining tools, such as the heavy machines and demining detection dogs and other technologies. So this can be shared by the CMAC too. So next slide, please. Secondly, CMAC shares experience through the flexible format. As shown in the slide, CMAC have been sharing its experience in different ways. Basic format is lecture and field visit. Many of South-South cooperation programs take this form. When it comes to more specific skills, on-the-job training or intensive training format have been selected. For example, in the case of cooperation with Colombia and Lao PDR, CMAC provided several weeks courses focusing on heavy machines and detection dogs. So moreover, CMAC is able to send their dogs or other the demanding technology to overseas in the overseas operations in other mine affected countries. So next. So thirdly, CMAC provides several different training courses to the same organization. This is important. This is not one-time training. So as CMAC conduct training course every day, CMAC and the partner countries, partner organization build their relationship more deeply. So the interactions between staff members takes place at all levels, from the management level to the field level. This resulted in a holistic and comprehensive understanding about organizations with each other and deepening relationship. So CMAC training courses looks at not only individual trainees, but they look at the organizational as a whole. So yes, so this is the last slide. It shows how the South-South cooperation is implemented. Of course, CMAC is the one which provides skills and experience to partner countries, and JICA plays a role of coordination and communication. For example, before the series of program starts, JICA facilitates discussion and set up the framework of the program between three parties, and CMAC provides their input from technical point of views. In the implementation stage, JICA provides financial support to both organizations. This is how the South-South cooperation works. So if there is any countries which is interested in CMAC's South-South cooperation, we are very happy to talk about it. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayashi, for your presentation and for that insight into cooperation between JICA and CMAC. And now I'd like to close this meeting, but before leaving, I really appreciate the interpreters for your patience, and thank you everyone for participation. And now I'd like to over to the ISU for announcement about the side events.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Today we have two side events. Utilizing innovative financing models to further the goal of landmine-free world. And I understand this is taking place in the red room, in the blue room, right? Okay, in the blue room. And we have landmines in Libya, which is taking place in the orange room. Just a reminder for everyone, there's also the Cambodian individualized approach, which is taking place in the B room, and Cambodia would like to invite those interested to learn about the Cambodian program and their efforts towards completion to join them in the B room. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, we would like to continue discussion in this afternoon for 30 minutes. So from 3. Okay, so thank you very much for your participation.
Не газим, брате, 21 до сад.
Hello, good afternoon, Eric. Can you hear me? Just to check your microphone. You're on mute.
Okay. Okay.
Hi.
Yes.
Can you hear me
How
now?
are you? Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I test maybe the connection? Can I test the PowerPoint upload? Wait, I just to
yeah. Let's try it.
You can see it. Yeah. Let's see. Wait. You can. Yeah. Now I'm going to up. Can you see the PowerPoint now?
Not yet, but it's colleagues
Wait.
from upstairs. Let me see if the technicians could
I
help
have
with
here. I have here the message that it's being shared for the moment. So
I think they would yeah. Are you still trying to project it?
yes, I am now. I see on my screen that that it's being shared. Yeah.
We don't see it here, but let me check with our colleagues here, and I'll get back.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. Eric, we still see the screen, but I think you have not shared the right. Because I see you've. You're on mute now. I can't hear you.
Sorry, on mute. Yeah, you hear me?
Now it's good. Yeah.
Okay. Now, listen. I have opened the PowerPoint here.
Yeah.
I push on share screen, right?
Okay. And then I think you would need to see if there are multiple files on your computer. Eric
Yes.
has started sharing. Yes, there you go.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Here it is.
now
Yeah.
you click on the the project full screen, that we'll see it. So
Okay. Fine.
so
Great.
good.
Yeah.
All right. See you a little bit later.
Yes. Yes. You will introduce me, right?
Yeah, the chair will call your name.
Okay.
But the session will continue on clearance, so we'll get back to rehabilitation panel in about 30 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Now you can unshare your file so that we thank you.
Yes.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Quisiéramos iniciar esta reunión y le pido el favor al equipo técnico de poner el video presentado por Colombia para iniciar nuestra reunión. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señoras y señores, excelencias. Primero quiero presentar excusas por el pequeño cambio de agenda y agradezco a mis colegas de los comités de implementación del artículo 5 y de fortalecimiento de la cooperación y la asistencia por su flexibilidad de permitirme hacer esta pequeña intervención. Quiero dirigirme brevemente a ustedes como parte del equipo de la presidencia de la 20 reunión de Estados parte para hacer un breve anuncio en el marco de los esfuerzos de universalización de la Convención, para la cual le quiero dar la palabra a la delegación de los Estados Unidos. Estados Unidos tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues, for allowing me to take the floor. While my intervention would more properly fit under the agenda item on universalization, that is not scheduled until tomorrow afternoon, near the end of the intersessional, and we thought it best to make this statement sooner rather than later. So I thank you for your indulgence. Madam Chair, President Biden has been clear that the United States must work to curtail the use of landmines worldwide. To that end, in April 2021, the Biden-Harris administration began a comprehensive interagency review of U.S. anti-personnel landmine policy. Following the conclusion of this review, President Biden decided to announce a new U.S. APL policy, which was released by the White House just minutes ago. Under the new U.S. APL policy, the United States will align its activities outside of the context of the Korean Peninsula with the key provisions of the Ottawa Convention. This means the United States will not develop, produce, or acquire APL, not export or transfer APL, except when necessary for activities related to mine destruction or removal and for the purpose of destruction, not use APL outside the Korean Peninsula, not assist, encourage, or induce anyone outside the context of the Korean Peninsula to engage in activity that would be prohibited by the Ottawa Convention, and undertake to destroy APL stockpiles not required for the defense of the Korean Peninsula. Additionally, the United States will undertake diligent efforts to pursue material and operational solutions that would be compliant with and ultimately allow the United States to accede to the Ottawa Convention while ensuring our ability to respond to contingencies and meet our alliance commitments. U.S. policy since early 2020 permitted the use of anti-personnel landmines worldwide under the authority of U.S. combatant commanders. The new policy reflects President Biden's belief in the need to reduce the use of landmines worldwide and complements longstanding U.S. leadership in the clearance of landmines and explosive remnants of war. This new policy stands in stark contrast with Russia's actions in Ukraine, where there is compelling evidence that Russian forces are using explosive munitions, including landmines, in an irresponsible manner, causing extensive harm to civilians and damage to vital civilian infrastructure. The United States leads the world in conventional weapons destruction, having invested more than $4.2 billion in more than 100 countries since 1993 to promote international peace and security by addressing the threat of conventional weapons, including the humanitarian hazards from landmines and unexploded ordnance. The United States also has partnered with a number of other governments to reduce the risk that terrorists or other non-state actors might obtain small arms and light weapons or ammunition that are not properly secured. Further information on U.S. humanitarian demining and conventional weapons destruction programs can be found in our annual publication, To Walk the Earth in Safety, copies of which are available in the lobby. Thank you again, Chairperson, for allowing us to make this intervention at this time.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Estados Unidos. Agradecemos su disposición de compartir esta buena noticia con todos nosotros. Esta decisión reafirma la relevancia de nuestros trabajos y desde la presidencia coincidimos con usted en la necesidad de continuar trabajando para eliminar todas las minas en el mundo. Muchísimas gracias y ahora los dejo continuar con nuestra agenda de trabajo. Muchas gracias.
Okay, now, Excellencies and colleagues, we'd like to resume the session, and we turn to you. We open the floor to any questions you have for the panelists and share any experiences and challenges. We included a number of questions in the concept note, which we would welcome your informal feedback on. Firstly, applying matters highlighted in the technical note concerning all reasonable efforts. Secondly, what will success means for you by 2025, and how are you setting up your mine action programs for success by 2025? Thirdly, how your state support the exchange of the best practices. So, distinct colleagues, the floor is open. It's DRC. You have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much.
Madame le Président pour la parole. Comme c'est la première fois que je prends la parole, permettez-moi quand même de féliciter la présidence belge, accompagnée par la France, l'Irak, le Sri Lanka, dont l'interaction nous a permis de bien conduire les activités dans les objectifs de la Convention. Mon intervention va porter sur les concepts, tous les efforts raisonnables. La République démocratique du Congo a ratifié la Convention depuis 2002. Il y a eu beaucoup de milliers de dollars qui ont été déversés et le déminage a été fait pendant les 10 premières années de mise en œuvre de la Convention et on tournait en rond. Ce qui fait que les concepts, tous les efforts raisonnables, nous a servi à partir du moment où nous avons décidé d'organiser des enquêtes non techniques sur l'ensemble du territoire national. Je félicite d'ailleurs la présence du Japon sur ces panels parce que c'était un financement japonais qui nous a permis de faire ce précieux travail. Et nous avons quitté 904 zones avec des millions de mètres carrés jusqu'à 130 zones. Nous avons poursuivi les travaux et dans les 130 zones, nous avons encore utilisé rationnellement la méthodologie de remise à disposition des terres. Alors, vers la fin, il y a une question que nous nous sommes posées. Nous avons mené des discussions énormes avec les opérateurs sur la notion de tous les efforts raisonnables qui ont permis à ce que certaines zones soient libérées, mais après quelques temps, nous avons connu des victimes dans ces zones. Au niveau du programme, on s'est posé la question au niveau d'une petite confusion que nous avons trouvée dans certains concepts. Est-ce que les panélistes peuvent nous éclairer là-dessus sur la petite confusion qui existe entre tous les efforts raisonnables, qui est confondu des fois aux enquêtes non techniques, qui est aussi confondu des fois à tous les processus de remise à disposition des terres, les tout confondus aussi à la précipitation. Ce sont des questions purement de terrain et que nous voudrions vraiment qu'il y ait une ligne de démarcation dans l'explication pour que nous puissions comprendre et aider à faire comprendre certains opérateurs par respect au travail précieux qu'ils ont pu faire chez nous. On ne peut pas les citer. Merci beaucoup, c'était ça ma préoccupation.
Merci beaucoup à la République démocratique du Congo pour ces éclaircissements et pour sa question. Je ne sais pas si peut-être qu'on prend encore la Colombie avant de revenir. La Colombie souhaite prendre la parole. OK. La Colombie, vous avez la parole. et on reviendra par la suite aux panélistes.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente y delegados de Estados parte, observadores y demás participantes. Colombia agradece esta oportunidad en la cual ratifica su compromiso de impulso a la convención, particularmente en esta importante conversación sobre los esfuerzos que hacemos para lograr un mundo libre de minas lo antes posible. Esta conversación es particularmente importante para nosotros porque el año 2022 marca el aniversario número 20 de la promulgación de la Ley 759, a través de la cual se dictaron las normas para dar cumplimiento a la convención en nuestro país. Entre los principales resultados de esta ley en estos 20 años está la creación de una estructura institucional para el liderazgo del tema, representado en el Grupo de Acción contra Minas de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado para la Paz. Y también contamos con una estructura de coordinación intersectorial que nos permite coordinar los temas con los ministerios de gobierno, de relaciones internacionales, de defensa, de salud y la Dirección Nacional de Planeación. En estos 20 años se han logrado muchos avances que son visibles, como la apropiación nacional, la creación de una capacidad nacional, un mejor conocimiento del problema y un permanente apoyo de la comunidad internacional. Recientemente, y como parte de los esfuerzos de cooperación y asistencia, la acción contra minas cumple un rol catalítico para otras políticas en el marco de la implementación del acuerdo final para la construcción de una paz estable y duradera. Nuestra metodología de priorización de las intervenciones se basa en la caracterización de los municipios de acuerdo con su contaminación. Y gracias a este ejercicio de articulación con otras entidades, hemos incluido variables relacionadas con políticas relevantes y asociadas a la reparación de las víctimas del conflicto, como son políticas de restitución de tierras, de retorno de población interna desplazada, de sustitución de cultivos de uso ilícito y de atención medioambiental en parques nacionales naturales o territorios ancestrales de comunidades indígenas o afrodescendientes. También hemos orientado nuestros esfuerzos en la actualización del Estándar Nacional de Estudios No Técnicos, buscando atender sospechas de las comunidades que corresponden a miedos o sospechas y no a evidencia directa de contaminación. Lo que buscamos con este enfoque es mejorar la investigación inicial que reduzca los costos de intervención en un despeje, pero también generando confianza en el proceso de desminado. Muchas gracias.
Je remercie la délégation de la Colombie et je reconnais la délégation de l'Union européenne qui souhaite prendre aussi la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and the candidate countries, the Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania, the country of the stabilization association process, and potential candidate Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, align themselves with a statement, because it's a statement we want to speak about the general implementation of the convention and have no specific question to ask to the panel at this stage. But at the outset, we would like to congratulate Colombia for the very successful chairing of the 7th Pledging Conference of the Convention, which took place on 1st March in Geneva. The pledges declared by the states parties during the conference will significantly contribute to mine action, including the work of the Implementation Support Unit, which is critical to the functioning of the convention. And let me also appreciate here all the interesting presentations which we have seen of the panels. It is of utmost importance that we continue our collective efforts in order to meet the obligations under the convention, to achieve the destruction of stockpiled anti-personnel mines, the clearance of mine-contaminated land, provide mine risk with education assistance to mine victims, and sustainable national capacities. The Intersessional Meetings represent a key platform to share information on progress made and maintain the momentum towards the full implementation of the Oslo Action Plan. Mr. President, the European Union stands united in its support for the universal ban on anti-personnel mines and calls on all states that have not yet done so to join the treaty. The EU appeals to all actors to refrain from the production, stockpiling, trade and transfer of anti-personnel landmines and strongly condemns their use anywhere, anytime, and by any actor, whether states or non-state actors. The European Union considers the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention to be a key disarmament instrument. Its integrity, full implementation, and strict application must be guaranteed, and universal adherence thereto must be pursued. The EU is committed to mainstreaming a gender perspective into its mine action work, and we continue to support the work of stakeholders in mine action to integrate gender perspective and take diverse needs and experiences of people in affected communities into their humanitarian mine action policies. The EU and its member states have a long history of support for mine action that benefits heavily mine-affected countries and regions of the world. The assistance provided by the EU in 2021 amounts to more than 87 million euro, contributing also to various programs related to victim assistance in places like Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Colombia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. We will continue to support the states as they revise or develop inclusive national action plans. Mr. President, we convene here today amid Russia's unjustified, unprovoked, and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, which has increased global insecurity. Nations from every corner of the world have united at the UN General Assembly in calling for peace, demanding that Russia immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, demanding civilian protection and humanitarian access in Ukraine. We condemn in the strongest possible terms that Russia is using anti-personnel landmines in its war of aggression against Ukraine. The use of a newly developed type of landmines called POM3 is particularly deplorable. Anti-personnel landmines pose a long-lasting threat to civilians and hinder humanitarian access. We call on Russia to refrain from using anti-personnel landmines immediately. Russia bears full responsibility for the loss of life, the human suffering, and all the destruction it causes in Ukraine. The EU fully acknowledges Ukraine's right to self-defense and the Ukraine armed forces' efforts to defend Ukraine's territorial integrity and population in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. We commend the Ukraine's people's strength, courage, and resistance to withstand Russia's aggression and stand with them in firm solidarity. The EU will continue its programs to support Ukraine in mine clearance, as well as in victim assistance and rehabilitation. A corresponding program for Ukraine needs to be urgently developed due to the Russian aggression and use of landmines by the Russian armed forces. This war of aggression is not only a blatant violation of international law, including the UN Charter, but also a humanitarian catastrophe for Ukraine and its people, brought about by the Russian Federation in flagrant disrespect for international humanitarian law and human rights law. The EU actively supports the work of the International Criminal Court and measures to ensure accountability for the most serious crimes of international concerns. There can be no impunity for these crimes. In conclusion, the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention can continue to count on the EU's full support and commitment to defend and strengthen the global norm against anti-personnel mines and to support the full implementation of the convention. I thank you.
Merci la délégation de l'Union européenne. Peut-être est-il temps de retourner auprès de nos panélistes pour répondre aux questions posées, entre autres par la République démocratique du Congo. Je vous radois si vous le souhaitez, je vous en prie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for raising this question on the paradoxical nature, if you will, of the concept of all reasonable effort and the confusion that it raises sometimes about how can we ensure that we employ all reasonable effort while no more victims fall. I think just it's important to make a few reminders on the term and what it means. All reasonable effort does not necessarily center on advocating only the use of non-technical survey. Rather, it focuses on utilizing the evidence and the data that the program generates and analyzing this data to come up with the best management decision on when to employ either non-technical survey, technical survey, or clearance, which means that for the all reasonable effort to be successful, there needs to be a strong reliance on information management systems and quality management systems that are functional and interlinked and talk to one another. So there's no easy answer for your question about how do we ensure that all reasonable effort is applied and victims do not fall before you need to get back to some more questions at the program level. I'm sure that when these accidents happened, accident investigation took place, and out of these accident investigations, you may have come up with results on why these accidents happen. Because then based on the results of these investigations, you'd be able to draw conclusions on whether explosive ordnance was missed because due to the lack of capacity, due to negligence, due to national standards not being fit for purpose, due to national criteria not relevant to the types of contamination that you have, and so on and so forth. And then based on that, you need to visit these systems to improve the national standards to make sure that they reflect relevant criteria that address also the new evidence generated from such accident investigation. When all reasonable effort is applied based on evidence and utilizing the correct processes based on the evidence generated and analyzed, then the other very important question that needs to be tied to this discussion is the question of managing residual contamination. And this is the contamination that arises from residual risks that remain after applying all reasonable effort. Very commonly, we refer to examples of countries that, for example, in Europe here, countries still deal with Second World War munition, and they have built capacities over the years to address these threats when encountered. And this is something that we advocate, that states need to incorporate the residual contamination capacities into the current planning, because moving from the proactive phases of clearance to more reactive phases does not only rely on completion, the completion of the whole country, but also on a province by province basis and so on. So it's a very relevant question, but there are many elements that need to be incorporated in order to answer that question. To first of all, activate and improve the utilization of the concept of all reasonable effort, and thus also look at how residual risk contamination is dealt with. Thank you very much.
General, yes.
With regards to non-technical survey, I would like to add, applying all reasonable efforts in our country, we use combine non-technical survey with technical intervention, which is give us a huge opportunity to make our activities more efficiency and more effectiveness. I bring this one example from our activities in Tajikistan. In the past was a huge territory just contaminated based on the information by a non-technical survey. But as I mentioned, 93% of our territory is mountains, and there are no any reside community, and in the some territory no any minefield records, and except this there are a lot of natural disasters occurrence every year, and that's make us our non-technical survey difficult. And then they brought us information which was completely I would like to say this wrong, and that is why we just combine non-technical survey with technical intervention, which is make us, as I said, that to find out the exactly detect the assigned evidence, and we can save our time and also our just funds. And thanks to the methodological applying to all reasonable efforts, make us our activity more better, and now we bring a lot of good progress for National Mine Action Center. That was just one example from Tajikistan National Mine Action Center or operation site in the minefield. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Unfortunately, we will have to wrap up our meeting, our panel discussion, since the second panel discussion has to start, and some panelists have other obligations close to the meeting. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, thank you very much for your contributions to the panel discussions. Of course, if any other remark or question to our panelists would occur or would merge, well, then you could, of course, send it to us, and I'm sure our panelists might be able to answer to any kind of questions by written inputs also. We very much appreciate and value the contributions of each and every one of us. We have time before 2025 to strengthen our implementation efforts. It is all of our responsibility. We have the tools and we have the lesson learned to ensure successful implementing to the fullest extent possible by 2025. Now I might turn over to my colleague Nana for some concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Vincent. It was very welcome to hear from the panelists and all interventions concerning the importance of the cooperation and assistance for successful implementations of our aspirations. It is important that we do our utmost to strengthen this cooperation. As you mentioned, it is all of our responsibility. It would be of great value to be able to see our efforts redouble for the next 2 years in the lead to 2025. We need to continue to these discussions as we move forward toward the 20th meeting of the state parties. Thank you all your participation, and now allow us to close this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all and the panelists for your participation both in the room and virtually. I'm Salim Berkat. I have the honor of representing Algeria as chair of the Committee on Victim Assistance this year. Together with my colleague, Ms. Nana Nagy, the chair of the Committee on Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance, we will co-moderate this session. Like the previous panel, our committees decided to co-host this session to make the most out of the time we have and also to synergize our efforts in assisting the state's parties in fulfilling their victim assistance obligations. We know too well from our conversations with many of you the challenges and requirements for cooperation and assistance to support victim assistance efforts. We are very pleased to have experts representing government, the UN, survivors and civil society organizations with us today. And we thank every one of them for accepting our invitation to share their expertise and suggestions with us. Before turning to the experts, allow me to say a few words about today's panel and its objectives. The panel is entitled Fostering Cooperation for Rehabilitation. You know too well that the term rehabilitation is a key pillar of victim assistance. It is a term used for a group of activities and products provided to mine survivors, persons with disabilities, and others in need, such prosthesis, orthos, communication aids, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, audiometry, and other assistive products. The Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention requires states parties to provide assistance for the care and rehabilitation and social and economic inclusion of mine victims. Likewise, the Oslo Action Plan commits states parties to take steps to ensure that all mine victims, including in rural and remote areas, have access to comprehensive rehabilitation services. It is also worth mentioning that the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, requires its states parties to take effective and appropriate measures in providing comprehensive habilitation and rehabilitation services to enable persons with disabilities. All except 2 states parties that have reported a responsibility for a significant number of mine survivors are party to the CRPD. Unfortunately, while a wealth of resources has been invested in rehabilitation, there are significant challenges that need to be addressed to ensure access to affordable, accessible, and quality rehabilitation services. Many of you may have seen the first global report on assistive technology published by the WHO and UNICEF a few weeks ago, which shows that 2.5 billion people are in need of assistive technology, and that this number will increase to 3.5 billion people needing assistive technology by 2050. Our guest speaker from WHO may elaborate on this point later in the discussion. The Committee on Victim Assistance decided to focus its activities on rehabilitation this year to cast light on challenges faced by rehabilitation in affected countries. Critical to this, of course, is cooperation and assistance, and we are grateful to be able to inject this element into our discussion with the support of the Committee on Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance. The objectives of this panel are, firstly, to call attention to persistent challenges in delivering rehabilitation services faced by the state's parties. Secondly, to explore opportunities for an improved, sustainable, affordable, equitable, and accessible rehabilitation. And last but not least, to raise awareness of possible avenues for support to states parties in this regard. Now I'd like to pass on the floor to my colleague Nana to carry on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salim. I'm Nana Nagai, and indeed, it is my honor as the chair of the Committee on the Enhancement of the Cooperation and Assistance to co-moderate this important session. Dear colleagues, in the next 45 minutes or so, we will hear from our panelists who brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise with them to share with us. Before I invite the first presenter, allow me to draw your attention that the following short interventions by the panelists, we will open the floor. You are welcome to take the floor to ask questions or share comments or suggestions concerning advancing cooperation for rehabilitations. You are encouraged to make the use of the guiding questions that you can find in the concept note. Now I'm pleased to invite Mr. Alex Munyan-Babazi to take the floor. Alex is the founder of the Ampute Self-Help Network and a member of the ICBL in Uganda. Alex, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I must say I'm very happy to be here after a long time of the pandemic. I would love to start by thanking the Sir Bobby Charlton Foundation that made it possible for me to make it here today and have the privilege of sitting on this panel in person. And also to thank the Together in Action project that is supporting us back home in the aspect of capacity building among the survivors. I was invited to speak about rehabilitation, and I must say that I am not an expert, but the lived experience of 17 years living without a limb, having lost it to a landmine, working with survivors who are using assistive devices has taught me a lot. And I'm going to present my view on rehabilitation and how I perceive it, depending on how I understand it. And to my knowledge, rehabilitation is the treatment designed to facilitate the process of recovery from injury, illnesses, diseases to as a normal condition as possible. Therefore, rehabilitation is not a luxury to be accessed by a few. It's an essential healthcare service, and yet it is often overlooked, leaving many vulnerable people in low and middle income countries, especially those affected by conflict, unable to receive vital rehabilitation. I must say that it has been documented that many of us will need physical rehabilitation at some stage in our lives following a disease, illness, injury, or as we get older. It is estimated that in 3 people, around 2.5 billion, are living with a health condition that would benefit from rehabilitation at one point in their lives. So I mean, so to say that the only way you can be sure that you won't have a leg today is by waking up with one. And with the technology we have today, I think we should be focused on taking advantage and make sure that we make these prosthetics available to everyone that need them instead of overlooking it and making these people to not have the lives they are supposed to live. Yes, it's expensive, but I had a question, I was posing a question that how much would any of us pay to have their limbs intact on their bodies? So my idea of rehabilitation is as explained in this project design, which I love to call the Arsenal Ability Fund. Next slide, please. And this was born out of the idea of celebrating the beauty in the scars. And this is meant to show you that the gap between having two legs and having one, or being normal and having a disability, is just crossed by an assistive device. As you can see, when you have both limbs, you're able, you're stable, you're complete, you're hopeful, you're free. But then something happens and you lose a limb, you become unstable, incomplete, and hopeless. But then when you get this device, it helps you a lot. And the phrase of celebrating the beauty in scars is born from the kintsugi, which is a Japanese tradition where they use golden rejoinery, gold powder to join the broken ceramics. And this is why I'm saying that with this concept, I seek to make sure that the PWDs who have lost their limbs through the design of spaces and products will not only transform them physically, but also the way they perceive themselves. The transformation, it is not just putting the pieces of one's broken limb back together, but it's also about a total reinvention of self in which one's shattered pieces are transformed into a beautiful, thriving masterpiece. And that's how I look at rehabilitation according to my knowledge. We shouldn't just look at designing a leg to give someone to make them able to walk again, but rather give them something that they are proud in, that they can put on and walk efficiently, go around doing their activities with pride, not thinking about I lost a leg and now I have this, but rather have something they are proud to put on. Next slide, please. And the background of all this is based on the statistics in Uganda, where about 4.5 million Ugandans are living with disabilities, and 2,039 estimated to be landmine survivors, which I still believe that we need to stop estimating and rather get off doing statistics. I was happy to hear yesterday when the delegate from Uganda was saying that they are working with the Bureau of Statistics to put these numbers together and have a correct number. And these disabilities were caused mainly by civil wars as a result of landmines, explosive remnants of war. They are being caused by road traffic accidents, and some are medically developed. So you realize that when someone becomes disabled or loses a part of their body, their life esteem is totally shattered, and some of them end up confining themselves in their homes, and some become very dependent, and yet they still have a great life to live that is being wasted. And all that can be solved by comprehensive rehabilitation. So the general objective of what I'm thinking about is we need to find a way of restoring survivors' abilities to live to their full potential through mental health, psychosocial and physical rehabilitation, as well as provision of trained skills and adaptive sports services that can boost their confidence to live independently. I say that because most of the times I've seen the service providers of these assistive devices, when you go there, their interest is on giving you the limb and you go. But then, in my experience, if a user is not prepared mentally to use this limb, even if you give it to them, it will not be helpful. So we need to focus as well so much on mental health and psychosocial support. Next slide, please. And this slide basically talks about the stages of, let's say, I will call it grief, when someone gets disabled, most especially at an advanced age, they will first go through shock, disbelief, anxiety, fear, and eventually, when they reach a point of getting prosthetics after going through very good counseling, being mentally prepared to live the new life they have acquired, they become able to thrive and move on with life. And next slide. So I keep on talking about sports every time I'm asked to speak. And the reason I talk about sports is what I have seen sports do to persons living with disabilities. The confidence they get out of performing in these activities, just the small thing of understanding that I am able to go back and do something I thought I would not do because I lost a limb. So sports is a very important aspect of rehabilitation. So in my thinking, this is how would an ideal rehabilitation system look like. You need to first look at these individuals and talk to them. Someone is about to lose a limb or they have lost a limb. You need to first discuss with them, see what best suits them. And that is the rehabilitation part of this project. And then afterwards, we usually think of rehabilitating and letting them go. But then in mine action, most of these people who are losing limbs to mine accidents are usually physical workers, casual workers, and they don't have formal education. So when one loses a limb, usually they don't have work to do, so they have no living. But we focus on just rehabilitation and don't think about what we will do after being rehabilitated. So in my thinking, I think vocational skilling should also be part of rehabilitation. Next slide, please. And this is a brief of the Rehabilitation Center, where we need to have all these aspects incorporated in the rehabilitation, as it would be important to help in comprehensive rehabilitation. Then also, as we rehabilitate, we have to focus, as I said earlier, on mental health and psychosocial support, physiotherapy, survivor assessment for specific assistive devices, device needs, because sometimes we give devices to people who don't need them, or we give them devices that don't suit their lives. So it is important that when you're rehabilitating someone, you first talk to them and understand what their need is, so that when you give them a device, it is helpful for them. Then, the next part of this rehabilitation would be the skilling. As I've said, it doesn't make sense to just rehabilitate someone and send them back to the community, yet they cannot do anything. So in Uganda, in our organization as ASNU, we are planning on how best we can do this. After rehabilitating someone, find ways of skilling them to do other things that can help them earn a living. Then eventually, when someone has healed, they have been rehabilitated, it is also important to help them get back into the physical life. If, like, for example, myself, I was a footballer before I lost my leg. And it is, I think that's even why I'm passionate about sports as an aspect of rehabilitation. So it is very important to incorporate all this in the aspects of rehabilitation. And this is my ambitious project. That would be the site plan. That would be the ground floor of the project. This is where our prosthetic orthopedic workshop exhibition spaces would be. Then, continue. These slides are just basically taking us through my dream rehabilitation center that I think someone would walk in and walk out as a proud rehabilitated individual. And for this, I'll say thank you so much for listening to me and giving me the chance to speak in front of you.
Thank you, Alex, for pointing out the important issues for us all to remember and for sharing your suggestions concerning rehabilitations. I can't insist enough on importance of the full and meaningful participation and inclusion of mine survivors in our work. Now I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Alarcos Cieza to take the floor. Alarcos is the head of the Sensory Functions Disability and Rehabilitation Unit at the WHO in Geneva. You have the floor, Alarcos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, Alex could have not said and described more beautifully what rehabilitation really is about. And I want to emphasize actually 3 points to start talking. First, essential health service. And that is also the way how WHO sees it. You look at the definition of universal health coverage of the World Health Organization, it presents rehabilitation as an essential health service together with health promotion, prevention, treatment, and palliation. But the rehabilitation is an essential part of it. The last point that I want to emphasize that Alex also mentioned beautifully is it is not enough with providing assistive products in order to have a beautiful cap. You need really the services and make sure that the person is mentally, physically, but also vocationally prepared to really start potentially a new life or really continue with their own life. And with this parenthesis, linking to what Alex said, I want to actually, I have 3 messages building on that. And I would like to elaborate on 3 messages based on 3 words that summarize those messages. The first is vision, the second is integration, and the third one is commitment. And I want to talk about vision more from a country perspective, because what we see in countries is that there are different partners with different strengths doing different things. And what it needs to happen is that those partners that are at country level with those different strengths and these different activities work together with a common vision, with a common goal. What we have realized at WHO is over the years, not only in the rehabilitation program, but also based on other programs, that in order to do so, to create a vision, it is a vision that needs to be led by the country. It needs to be led by the Ministry of Health or the ministry responsible for rehabilitation. And in order to do so, there has to be first a stock take of what needs to happen, and then develop a common strategic plan that provides this vision for the country. We will hear also how that works in a couple of minutes in the example of Guinea-Bissau. And I'm very happy that this example is coming. So working at country level with a common vision under the leadership of the Ministry of Health or the ministry relevant for rehabilitation, or ministries relevant for rehabilitation. The second point and the second word is integration. And look, rehabilitation is per definition an integrated services. For effectiveness and also for efficiency. We cannot create rehabilitation services as standalone services. And there is enough evidence and enough information that support that. And many also donor countries would be able to talk from that experiences, that to what extent creating isolated standalone services is not efficient and effective in the long run. So per definition, we need to make sure that the rehabilitation is integrated into other services, whether it is services providing vision and vision rehabilitation, and then the services of eye care, whether it is in a ear and hearing care and providing also integrated rehabilitation services as hearing rehabilitation, or that it is in an acute hospital when from the outset you need to provide rehabilitation interventions from the outset after the injury or after the acute event. So per definition, rehabilitation needs to be integrated in order, again, to be effective, sustainable, and efficient. And the point is also that assistive technology need to be seen as integral part of rehabilitation services. And it is, again, the integration of assistive technology into rehabilitation what make the success that also Alex was talking about with the result of an ISTAP, and never in isolation. The third message and the final word is commitment. And really what it is needed is commitment. And it is absolutely fantastic to see this round table dedicated on rehabilitation with state parties. So we need really the commitment of countries for the agenda of rehabilitation. It is good to see all of you here. I think we start to see also even more commitment. For the first time in the executive board of the WHO, there will be a discussion on the agenda of rehabilitation exclusively at the next executive board. So we would say that it is good to see this leadership also from member states for rehabilitation, and that is much needed. But also, as I said at the beginning, it is the commitment of partners that need to work with a common vision at country level to make things work. Also, the commitment of users speaking up for rehabilitation. And last but not least, the commitment of donors for rehabilitation. And if these ingredients happen in terms of a common vision, integrated services, and also a strong commitment from the different players, even if the need for rehabilitation is, or the unmet need for rehabilitation, it is huge, we can make it happen on the long run in an effective way. So I stop here and then happy to have more discussion. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Alarcos. And thank you also and very useful input from the WHO perspectives and 3 important messages related to the vision and integration and commitment for the rehabilitations. So now, as you may have noticed, a focus of this panel is on the Guinea-Bissau. That is because Guinea-Bissau is in the process of conducting a national rehabilitation assessment and working hard to maintain the only rehabilitation center of the country. a rehabilitation center that is not only used by people from the Guinea-Bissau, but also supports persons with disabilities, including mine survivors from Senegal. We are happy to see strong delegations attending the meeting from the Guinea-Bissau, and I'm pleased to invite Dr. Kinta Inshimo to take the floor. Dr. Inshimo is a Director General at the Ministry of the Public Health of the Guinea-Bissau, and she works to integrate rehabilitations into Ministry of the Health policy. So now you have a floor.
Muito obrigada. Com a permissão da mesa e demais colegas, gostaria, em primeiro lugar, de agradecer a oportunidade que a Guiné-Bissau foi dada para participar deste evento. O painel que vamos apresentar traz, em resumo, tudo aquilo que foi os esforços levados a cabo pelo país para melhorar o serviço de reabilitação. Então, assistência técnica ao Ministério da Saúde para avaliação e planeamento estratégico de reabilitação na Guiné-Bissau. O Ministério da Saúde Pública da Guiné-Bissau reconhece a importância da reabilitação e a sua contribuição para a saúde e bem-estar dos seus cidadãos, razão pela qual demonstrou a sua preocupação através de um pedido formal de apoio técnico à OMS em julho de 2021 para fortalecer o sistema de saúde e proporcionar os serviços de reabilitação para as vítimas de mina e os discapacitados de modo em geral. Por outro lado, o Ministério da Saúde, a OMS, a AIFO e outras partes interessadas participaram de um diálogo internacional e multissectorial organizado pela CAMI em Bissau em janeiro de 2022. A seguir temos a foto do diálogo, os membros participantes desse diálogo, realizada em janeiro de 2022. A assistência técnica oferecida pela AIFO. A AIFO é um parceiro do Ministério da Saúde que iniciou a sua colaboração com o Ministério da Saúde desde o ano 1968. Em 2021, foi assinado um novo memorando entre o MINSAP e a AIFO, com o foco na cooperação internacional no domínio da saúde pública e reabilitação, e tem fortificado relações oficiais com a OMS como ator não estatal. Este acordo visa aumentar a conscientização sobre a iniciativa de reabilitação 2030 da OMS e contribuir para os esforços da OMS, incluindo o desenvolvimento de recursos e apoio aos países. Reabilitação em sistemas de saúde na Guiné-Bissau. O Ministério da Saúde adotou uma guia da OMS para os seus trabalhos. Esta guia conta com 4 fases e 12 passos. Até o momento, o país ainda implementou apenas a primeira fase, que é a fase da avaliação. E nesta fase da avaliação implementada, apenas conseguimos cumprir com os 3 primeiros passos da primeira fase. Visão geral para processar. Em dezembro de 2021, foi iniciada uma avaliação de situação na Guiné-Bissau, usando a ferramenta da avaliação sistemática da situação de reabilitação da OMS, STARS, cujo relatório deverá ser concluído ainda este mês de junho. As etapas de STARS realizadas até agora são preparação, coleta de dados e informações com a ferramenta da OMS, realização de uma avaliação no país. E está prevista entre os meses de agosto e dezembro ainda deste ano a quarta fase, que é a elaboração do relatório desenvolvimento de uma proposta de plano estratégico nacional de reabilitação, usando a guia de planejamento estratégico de reabilitação da OMS, incluindo a estrutura de monitoramento usando a ferramenta do OMS. E está programado também o início de implementação do plano estratégico com foco na coordenação e planejamento operacional em 2023, usando também a ferramenta Ator da OMS. Ator. Experiências com o início na Guiné-Bissau. Foi criado um grupo técnico de trabalho importante para o processo desde o início. Entre os principais representantes incluídos temos o Ministério da Saúde, Ministério da Educação, Ministério da Mulher, Família e Coesão Social, profissionais de reabilitação, provedores, usuários, parceiros de desenvolvimento, etc. O grupo técnico coletou dados de linha de base em 2 reuniões para avaliação de reabilitação e para tecnologia assistiva, usando a ferramenta ATC da OMS. Portanto, o relatório STARS incluirá ambas as formas de trabalho, aliás, das ferramentas. A criação do grupo técnico de trabalho é importante para melhorar a coordenação entre as partes interessadas e criar um entendimento compartilhado sobre os pontos fortes e fracos da reabilitação e os caminhos a seguir. Gostaria também de deixar ao lado o colega Franco Macera para concluir a nossa apresentação. Obrigada.
Okay, thank you. We can go to the next slide, please. Yes, this is the experience on the first phase of assessment held in Guinea-Bissau and started, as Dr. Quinta just mentioned, at the end of the previous year. And it involved the technical working group for rehabilitation since the very beginning. And I would like to highlight the importance of the technical working group because it helps to improve coordination and to build and share a common understanding on what is the specific situation of the rehabilitation in the country, and helping also to identify possible solution. The technical working group also help to bring donors and different stakeholders around the same table in order to participate in a structured way, so avoiding also duplication and fragmentation of in intervention, particularly in the implementation phase of the plan. This first phase of assessment involved also some coordination, of course, between the 3 different levels of WHO offices, country, regional, and headquarters, and also required some coordination in the preliminary phases among WHO, Ministry of Health, and HIFO, who was supporting this exercise. These are 2 moments of the 2 workshops in which the technical working group members were informed about the Rehabilitation 2030 initiative and on the guidance and tools to be used in this process, and in which they start to collect the baseline data by using the 2 WHO tool, TRICS, that is the template for rehabilitation information collection, and the ATC for the assistive technology component. And it was held on January. The second one has been just recently in June, in which they completed to collect the data with the information available. Next, thank you. Well, among the preliminary findings of the STARS, of the assessment, we found some strengths that for sure are the National Physical Rehabilitation Center, who has been receiving training and support from the ICRC in the last 10 years, and in providing rehabilitation and in providing also assistive products, in particular prosthetic, orthotics, and other mobility products. And also to provide some outreach services, particularly in the regional hospital. Another strength are some quality tools utilized in the two main rehabilitation centers in the country. That is just the National Rehab Center and another center run by a Spanish NGO who provide rehabilitation for children with cerebral palsy and developmental delay. They use individualized treatment plan. They use assessment tools to measure the improvement and the outcome of the rehab services, and also some priority criteria for the admission of the users. Also, a focus group discussion held during the in-country visit with the health personnel showed a certain level of awareness on the importance of rehabilitation by the health personnel of a regional hospital. This was in a remote inland region, Gabu. And they also expressed an interest in receiving some more training on rehabilitation included in their curricula, and also to have a rehab space unit to deliver rehabilitation in a regional hospital. Of course, international NGO and other development partners helped to raise the awareness on the importance of the rehabilitation, and not only for persons with disability, but also for the many other persons with health condition who might benefit of rehabilitation. The Ministry of Health is willing to improve the situation, of course, if government invests on these and if the development partners will contribute. Next, please. Of course, among the findings, we find also some challenges that are a limited prioritization of the rehabilitation in the country, and also the leadership, because even though the Ministry of Health has the responsibility for the rehabilitation in the country, but still there is no specific unit with dedicated human resources to support the planning and management of the sector. Workforce also represent an issue, since there are no training, diploma, or degrees for rehabilitation professional in the country. They have to go abroad for that. And also the numbers is quite limited. There are only physio, P&O of second category, some bench workers and rehab assistant and some CBR workers, no occupational therapy and so the other specialized rehabilitation workers. The budgeting is also a challenge, since the Ministry of Health cover the running costs of the health facilities and the salaries for the personnel. But very limited is the budget for the service provision and for the assisted product. And this is might represent a risk, particularly when the external support is going to decrease. Another challenge are also the geographical distribution of the services, since they are mainly located around the capital city, and there is no rehabilitation integrated at the regional hospital or not even in the primary care center. Data collection also needs to be improved, because even though at facility level there are some data collected, however, they are not properly aggregated and included in the health information system in order to be utilized properly for the policy and planning purposes. Also the limited availability of assisted products and the fact that they are mainly for mobility and linked with the external support. Of course, the next step would be to finalize the assessment report that will hopefully finalize the next month, and to pass to the strategic planning phases by using the WHO guidance grasp. And the Ministry of Health will lead this process. We will support, and the STARS recommendation and the priority will be the point of starting point from which to identify for the technical working group the priority and the action to implement. And development partners also played a very good role, because in this sense, particularly in the implementation phase, they will avoid fragmentation of intervention or maybe duplication of the activity if they will follow this national plan. And also, of course, the monitoring and evaluation framework will be developed. Well, these are at the moment the suggested priority that would be the basis for the planning, and for sure will be to integrate the rehabilitation in the Ministry of Health priority, particularly in planning and in financing. The workforce, of course, is another priority, since they are very few and the training of them is an issue. To stabilize also the service provided at national level in order to continue to deliver those services, and the possibility to expand at regional level and integrate rehabilitation, at least at regional level, and maybe with some outreach activities. Working also with NGO and other development partners will help to build and develop a good referral pathway in both directions for the users of rehabilitation. To expand also the assistive products is a priority, and in particularly for not only for mobility, I mean, but also for the other area, vision, hearing, and so on. Data information is also a priority, so that they can be better utilized for planning purpose, to be integrated in health information system. And of course, at the end, to monitor and coordinating the implementation phase of the strategic plan will be fundamental. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Franco and Quinta, for sharing about assessments in the Guinea-Bissau. I think there is a lot to learn from what we do in Guinea-Bissau on rehabilitations. We look forward to the final result of the assessment and to see Guinea-Bissau succeeded in the provision of rehabilitations. Let us continue, and I'd like to invite Mr. Francois Friedel to take the floor. Francois is the coordinator of the ICRC's physical rehabilitation program. The ICRC is an observer member of the Committee on Victim Assistance, and we count on the expert support in victim assistance. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Yes, I have been asked to talk about sustainability and access to rehabilitation services. We can see here on the panel, I think is quite well chosen, because we can see that it needs everybody. And if ICRC has been involved and supporting services in Guinea-Bissau, we need to pass the hand, and this is this transition which is not so easy, and which has need the effort definitely of everybody. And it looks like the continuity of the services, it's essential, as long as survivor will definitely need services and quality services for a very long time and the rest of their life. So we need to ensure these services on the long term. Currently, the ICRC physical rehabilitation program is present in 42 countries, where it supports a large number of physical rehabilitation centers, but education institutions as well, and organization of social inclusion for persons with disabilities. From Afghanistan to Syria, from Colombia to Congo, ICRC builds partnership with local actors. 75% of them are public entities. Even when states do not provide services themselves, they bear the responsibility of their population and must ensure that all persons in need access rehabilitation services. So everywhere ICRC is involved in physical rehabilitation services, we develop, of course, active collaboration with the relevant ministries. Still, in many countries, we have to complement what the government cannot afford. We invest in service provision, like even building centers, in providing material and equipment, coaching personnel, paying for the most vulnerable ones. But the consequence of conflict and violence and the needs for rehabilitation persist well beyond time of crisis. Service needs to be sustainable and deserve a strong and well-functioning rehabilitation sectors with a proper budget policies and strategy. At the national level, and it goes very well, I think, with the work that WHO has initiated, at national level, the creation of intersectional platform, bringing together the concerned ministries, so finance, health, social affairs, education, all the ministries concerned by the physical rehabilitation services, but also national mine action centers, also local stakeholders, representative of persons with disabilities and mine survivors. They have their role to play. And I'm convinced that these platforms could be an effective and promising means for uniting forces and ideas and finding solutions together in order to offer sustainable services. For some years, ICRC is facilitating this intersectional platform in countries like Benin, Togo, Ivory Coast, and it's quite promising. They have now an action plan and a roadmap. We have been used the WHO guidelines, and this was very, very useful. The ICRC is dedicated as humanitarian actors to join force as well with development actors to find solutions together with states to ensure long-term rehabilitation services. Now, if sustainability is one of the great challenges, equal access to services is another one, and it's quite a challenging one as well. Rehabilitation services are often set in main cities. Access to these specialized services remains very difficult for people living in rural areas and remote areas. And I will probably repeat a little bit what Alex has mentioned at the beginning. Solutions are always difficult and never fit all contexts. ICRC tries to overcome this barrier by bringing temporarily specialized health professionals to communities through outreach visits, allowing identification of needs and follow-up of services. In other countries, we work in the continuum of care, which is a way of ensuring access through the presence of physiotherapists at all levels of care, from primary health care to tertiary health care, to provide services and secure referrals, follow-ups as necessary. And cannot speak about access to rehabilitation without mentioning the importance of appropriate assistive device and mobility aids. In rural areas, that could be a sandy, muddy environment, to the rights fields, which is very wet. Orthopedic appliances must match a certain number of characteristics to fit the needs of the users in their specific environment. There is here a real challenge, and we must be able to propose different types of technologies, either for urban settings or for rural environment. Access is also a question of cost. Prosthetic and orthotics remains very expensive. An effort has still to be done to provide affordable, reliable technology. Alternatives should exist for providers as for service users, and to contradict the widespread statement, low cost equal low quality, which we disagree on. ICRC is working hard to propose and lobby for affordable but certified technology. We strongly believe that this is a possible way forward and a realistic one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francois, for introducing the ICRC's approach in assisting state rehabilitations. Now, allow me to invite Dr. Abdul Ghaffar Bachami, who is joining us from the US virtually. Dr. Bachami is an associate professor in international health, and he is also a director of the Johns Hopkins International Injury Research Unit and is leading project to promote rehabilitation in different countries. We look forward to learning more about this project. Dr. Bachami, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the invitation to be here in this panel and for actually organizing this panel that's talking about rehabilitation and a systems approach towards integrating rehabilitation services. And I really at the outset want to acknowledge that the very reason that we're here talking about integration of rehabilitation into health systems is because of the hard work that colleagues at WHO have been doing over several years now to bring this issue to the fore, and championed by my colleague and friend Alarcos, who's in the room and we heard from earlier. So thank you, Alarcos, for all the work that you've done with respect to bringing rehabilitation to the forefront of the health systems agenda, and that you continue to do in supporting countries prioritize this issue and work towards better sustainable solutions. So I was asked to really talk about the Relab HS project and how it's contributing to these overarching goals that Alarcos and other colleagues on the panel have talked about. That's having a vision for rehabilitation, integrating rehabilitation into health systems, and ensuring commitment towards sustainability of whatever solutions. So with respect to Relab HS, our goal essentially is to contribute to global efforts to strengthen rehabilitation in health systems and support the development of health systems that are inclusive of rehabilitation care that includes assistive technology as well. And so assistive technology is an integral component of rehabilitation. Next slide, please. We are a group that's composed of 6 international partners, and we're working in 4 countries right now. These are Uganda, Ukraine, Pakistan, and Burma, where we're looking to apply global norms, practices, guidelines to help local stakeholders in country governments, as well as non-governmental actors in country, to take a more holistic approach to rehabilitation and see how best rehabilitation can be integrated within health systems. Each of these countries represents a different context, a different organization of health systems, different strengths, different challenges. And what we're hoping to do is we'll bring an implementation science and system science approach. And so taking an applied research perspective to learn from implementing several different things with partners and contribute to moving the rehabilitation sector forward, providing lessons that can be applied to other settings as well. Next slide. And the way we've organized ourselves in terms of operationalizing this grand vision is we're currently in the 2nd year of a 5-year cycle. We started with a gap analysis, understanding the local situation in each country with respect to health systems and with respect to rehabilitation services. We have initiated some formative work around each of our work streams in our second year, and we hope to continue that through our third year. But using that information on an ongoing basis to identify solutions and work with local partners and stakeholders to implement it. Next slide. And so we've heard from our panel already that our traditional approach to rehabilitation, where we have standalone services and specialized centers, really doesn't work. What we really need to do is take a more holistic, all-encompassing approach and look at the health system in its entirety and identify areas where rehabilitation can come in and should come in, starting from the acute phase to even post-hospital and in the community setting. So we're taking a holistic approach to integration with interventions that are targeted across each of the health systems building blocks. And in doing so, we really don't want to reinvent the wheel. As I mentioned at the outset, there's a lot of work that the WHO has done, that other stakeholders have done in this area that we hope to build upon and contribute to with learnings that we're getting from these countries. So we start with supporting countries, facilitating stakeholders to implement some of these assessments that we've heard, for example, from Guinea-Bissau, the STARS assessment, RATA, ATASI, GROW, etc., to really understand the situation, work with local counterparts to develop a country-led vision to improve rehabilitation. And so one of the questions is then how can cooperation and assistance be strengthened to improve rehabilitation services, and how do we improve accessibility and affordability? We already heard from our previous speaker that assistive technologies can be expensive. What we're doing from a Relab HS perspective is we're engaging with the full spectrum of stakeholders to develop context-specific solutions. What works in a country depending on the country's context. And when I talk about context, it's the environmental context, the economic context, the political context of the country, all taken into consideration. And so we're working with local stakeholders, with both government and non-governmental actors to integrate rehabilitation and assistive technology services into networks of care at all levels of the health systems, starting from the community level, including rural contexts to the regional and national levels. One of the issues we're working in to be able to provide care to folks in rural areas who may not have access to more specialized center is trying to see how we can harness the power of technology, harness the penetration of internet, smartphone, and technology use across the world right now to develop a lasting, sustainable telerehabilitation solution and integrate it into service delivery models there. We're also working to analyze costs and financing options for rehabilitation services to inform both local and national decision-making. And challenges with respect to acquiring assistive products in a sustainable manner. We're working as a group to conduct journey mapping to see how currently people are experiencing this process of acquiring assistive technologies, mapping this process and working to see how we can improve it. We're doing market research to improve creation of locally owned assistive technology hubs within the current networks of care. So the approach that we're taking is that nothing is outside the system and everything should be working as part of an integrated, well-connected system that will ensure sustainability. So we will be working with governments and local stakeholders to find and foster local solutions to these challenges, again, through an accelerated grant program that we have planned to provide catalytic seed funding, as well as technical assistance to local innovators, entrepreneurs in the rehabilitation and assistive technology space. And one of these issues is, again, going back to this traditional approach that rehabilitation has usually been provided as a standalone service in specialized rehab centers. And often, because of the cost associated with this, has been considered a luxury and non-essential health service. It's also traditionally thought of as only for persons with disability. So how do we address these myths about rehabilitation? And what we're promoting is the same narrative that we've heard, that rehabilitation, anyone may need rehabilitation at some point in their lives because of conditions that may be present at birth, because of injuries, surgery, disease, illnesses, or because their functioning has declined with age. So we're working with end users and people with rehabilitation needs, including people with disabilities, along with rehabilitation providers, to really co-develop solutions to strengthen health systems, to overcome these myths and make sure that rehabilitation is thought of as a core service within health systems, as a service that's beneficial to all and not just a select group of people and individuals. In closing, I just want to highlight some of our achievements to date. I want to bring attention of everyone here to a rehabilitation resource repository that we've put together that has a lot of resources. We're using this repository to make available current evidence-based resources to healthcare professionals to strengthen services. We have many capacity building options that we've launched and will continue implementing and developing and launching for not only health workers, but also to equip program managers, to equip key stakeholders to play a leadership role in driving this forward in countries. Next. We have key assessments that are underway, as I mentioned, as part of our formative work to work with local stakeholders and counterparts to develop locally appropriate, locally driven solutions to enhance sustainability. We're working on developing a telerehabilitation technology. Again, not reinventing the wheel. We know that a lot of telerehabilitation approaches do exist out there. And what we're trying to do is see how we can facilitate and enhance those solutions to be able to be integrated within a country's own systems so that they're more sustainable and not, again, another standalone solution. So with that, I will stop here. And again, I'm looking forward to the discussion and happy to answer any questions. Thank you again for the invitation and thank you for this discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bachami, for sharing information about the learning, acting, and building for rehabilitation in health systems and the project to strengthen and integrate rehabilitation in health systems. Last but not least, I'm happy to invite Mr. Eric Wheat, who also joined us virtually, to take the floor. Eric is a rehabilitation specialist and he works at the Humanity and Inclusion in Belgium. Eric, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm being the last speaker, of course, I would like already to congratulate all the different speakers so far, in which I have been cooperating also and had the chance to, in my experience, to work with. So my presentation will be focusing more on fostering the cooperation for rehabilitation, but from a point of view of looking at solutions and the approaches that my organization, Humanity and Inclusion, has been using worldwide through 420 projects in 59 countries. And this is just a statistic of 2020, where we reach out to almost 250,000 beneficiaries and direct beneficiaries in around 60 rehab projects in 40 countries. This rich experience means that, of course, the solutions we try to find for landmine survivors through physical and functional rehabilitation approaches is committed to, of course, the international mine action standards 1310 that we try to support through the, of course, land release, risk education activities, but also ensuring that these responses are accessible to victims, the families and the communities affected by the conflict without discrimination. So we work with pillars, and I think some of them will, of these elements of pillars will already be very very familiar with what the other speakers have been presenting so far. Of course, that implementation of the international mine action standards have to be ensured that they can be optimally and safely done so that the access to rehabilitation services is possible. We do work also on ensuring that evidence-based practices that place the people at the center of the response can make a difference and can be used as implementation. Innovation and researching to adapt to the fast-changing context is also one of these pillars, because we know in the different areas of conflict and transition to other situations, we need to adjust our actions, and ensuring, of course, that a nexus-centered approach with, of course, universal health coverage, if possible, would be the ultimate aim that we work towards through these different actions and policies we try to support. Now, for more specific physical and functional rehabilitation pillar, implemented in a collaborative way, we work also with some, let's say, key services, key ideas that have already been exchanged also here with different panelists, but we put a specific focus on. Of course, the fact that early rehabilitation services provision from the onset of injury, with particular attention to psychosocial well-being, are a big priority, because if that is not combined, we are going to lose a lot of time in the recovery of a person with injury. Ensuring the continuum of care and the services by supporting the existing capacities. Of course, we should not replace them. We support the existing strong capacities, but we also try to reinforce the weakest links in that whole pathway of care that exists sometimes already in environments, and that we should try to streamline and to make better function. For example, with the directory of services that are available, but we need to know also that the pathway of care throughout these services needs to come to significant changes and positive changes for the people who are using the service. And mainly we're talking here then about the victims. Adopting data collection and user-friendly outcome measures that inform professionals, service users, and caregivers about the status of the progress of the services that they are receiving, but also taking into account the realistic expectations to rebuild their lives. And here, let's say we adopt then approaches that are, as I said, user-friendly to the level of the workforce that we are working with on one side, but also to be able to communicate clearly with the victims. Where do they stand in their recovery? What are their needs, and how we can better inform them about their rights, their options, and the solutions that they have in front of them. A very important innovation pillar is also needed to increase the access to services. Let's say we do not use the word innovation per se for innovation because it's very popular or it would be very attractive for specific people. No, we use innovation to ensure that the people who today don't have access to services will have it through that innovation. One of the approaches is to have emergency prosthetics and orthotic provision, of course, that leads the way to lifelong and multidisciplinary follow-up of mobility needs. And I think that Alex had a very good example here to show that the provision of a prosthetic needs to answer to the unique needs that the person has, but it's a lifelong process. And it's not only a technician that gives the solution, it's a whole team around the person that will ensure that follow-up and answers to these expectations of the person that is rebuilding his life and wants to have an optimal mobility. We also mentioned, well, I think the former speaker, Dr. Abdul, had also mentioned tele-rehabilitation provision that we use on one side, of course, to again increase more access to services with available technology in the country, adapted technology, but also sometimes to bypass the disruption of services that exist and that we have encountered, specifically in conflict situations where physical access or physical contact becomes difficult. And then, of course, with that tele-rehabilitation, this can be a solution to access people that don't have the access in these conflict situations. A comprehensive provision of assistive products and technology, and I think we have already been exchanging on the new, let's say the AT report that came out, but we particularly put a focus on how in complex settings, 3D printing technology, where it is possible, could also be a solution, a cost-effective solution on one side, a quality solution on the other side, but also can cope with a lack of qualified professionals in certain areas, and where that 3D printing technology can offer either a temporary solution or a solution as such. Now, what we should never forget is, of course, as I said, the life of the person with his injury and how he is rebuilding it. And here again, I would like to focus on that combination between psychosocial well-being and how to help the person to rebuild his life with his caregiver, if a caregiver is needed, but also with his loved ones and his family and how he rebuild his life. We use a lot of course, the WHO policies, that are widely available, and that Dr. Lakos has already been explaining, in forwarding and putting forward our policies. And of course, we work also on the access, increasing the access of rehabilitation in places where it is not present. Now, the criteria to consider by mine action centers for fostering more accessible physical and functional rehabilitation services that I would like to put forward here could be maybe a kind of answer to certain questions that the state parties would have. One is to look at on how the actual coverage of rehabilitation and services and technical aids is available. And I think here also the different solutions that have been presented by the panelists are here a core priority. The second one is, of course, the access to rehabilitation services, on how to study that access, where it is available. Are there already pathways of care, directory of services that do exist? But of course, when they exist, we need also to assess their quality, their strengths and their weaknesses, and to see how they can be better improved and better accessed for the specific needs of people with injuries. The presence of trained rehabilitation professionals, of course, is also very much highlighted. And of course, the existence of rehabilitation policies under the international mine action standards, because we know that they have also to carry a specific responsibility on how victims should be taken care of, once that the whole mine action standards are being implemented. Now, an example and that I will finish with is Afghanistan, where we have these approaches, in a country with a history of a very heavy landmine contamination that we know already historically. It is a very complex setting that has been moving sometimes from emergency, from more stabilized situation, and then again goes into emergency settings. And we know that the recent developments and responses since more than almost 1 year now, they are in a very difficult and complex setting for the moment, where humanity and inclusion is still present alongside with ICRC and other partners as well, to mention. And here in Afghanistan, we work on an early trauma care for victims through step-down units with early rehab and MHPSS services, and more particularly in Kandahar and in the regional hospital, let's say, to cope with the needs that specific complex injuries have, and how we can address that for the victims. There is also a provincial rehabilitation center that offers specialized rehabilitation services, more for prosthetic and orthotics, but also functional rehabilitation services for victims with injuries and pediatric cases as well. We use also mobile teams that have a kind of multidisciplinary setup, being made by physiotherapists, MHPSS, psychosocial workers, risk educators, and I think that is very important that when they roam in the different communities, they also organize sessions on how either victims, their families have been in touch and are still in touch with the risk of being a victim of landmines or exploded devices. And I think this is very important to work on that preventive side at community level as well. And of course, the social workers that will offer more other solutions, in rebuilding the lives of people with disabilities and people with injuries. And that whole chain of care from the injury going to an early rehab service, going to a provincial rehabilitation center and home care, of course, makes that, that service provision and that pathway of care should always be there, offered and available, but should also be monitored on a regular basis to address eventual new needs. And one, of course, is the workforce, where we work on upgrading the education of the Afghan rehabilitation force, and more particularly physiotherapists and prosthetic and orthotic technicians in the past, with a big focus on improving the gender access to the services, because as we know that that can be quite a challenge in the Afghan context. And besides this, with the presence of a lot of humanitarian services and humanitarian actors, we promote as well an inclusive approach for people with injuries and disabilities in the humanitarian responses that do exist in Afghanistan for the moment. So the take-home message to the state parties as such, with these different options here that were presented, is to invite you to join a collaboration between all the comprehensive rehabilitation stakeholders. And I think this panel already is very rich in the presentation that he has been doing. So this is a real invitation to join collaboration. Embrace also the innovation in the rehabilitation sector, to develop its range and access further. And of course, we know that in the countries, wherever in the world, there are very, let's say, motivated people, motivated workforce that is very open to innovation and that wants to develop these services for the long term. We also have to provide a forum, to listen to the life of experiences of survivors that will feed into the improvement of the offered services. And I think Alex is a very good example on how he has been going through these experiences, but also becoming then an actor to offer solutions for the improvement of services for other people that are going to the same context. And of course, enable the survivors and their communities to become also actors in designing and developing these innovative, sustainable rehabilitation services. This is also very important. I think that Humanity and Inclusion, through its network of disabled people organizations, makes that survivors of landmine victims, they are also included in these groups and have their voice to be represented and to provide a kind of input in the policy of the countries to improve the life of people with injuries. So this is a bit in a nutshell, and very short, what my organization had to offer here in the rich experiences with all the panelists here. I thank you for your attention.
I'd like to thank you, Alex, for your presentations and share perspectives of the humanity and inclusions on challenges and opportunities in rehabilitation in mine-affected countries. Now, Italy joined that panel, so I'd like to invite Italy for taking the floor to share the donors' perspectives on rehabilitation in affected countries. Now you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for convening this panel, which nowadays appears particularly important due to growing conflicts that have a direct impact on the lives of millions of people living in contaminated areas. Mine action is at the core of the Italian humanitarian assistance, and to this end, a dedicated trust fund for humanitarian demining was established many years ago. In 2021, we have allocated roughly 8.5 million euro to initiatives in this field carried out by the main international organizations such as UNMAS, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining, and Italian civil society organizations in a number of countries such as Afghanistan, Colombia, Iraq, Libya, Mali, Niger, Palestine, Syria, and Somalia. As an incident can have consequences, massive consequences on a person's life, in our action, we focused on victims' assistance in order to meet the needs of the most vulnerable people in emerging contexts, such as the people with disabilities. We know that providing this kind of assistance requires a holistic, integrated, multi-sector approach, which combines physical rehabilitation, psychosocial support, and socio-economic integration. We are here today to underline the importance of rehabilitation programs, and I am pleased to share with you the Italian experience as a donor. While there will be many initiatives to recall, I would like to focus on our support to the Paolo Biocca Center in Amman, Jordan. through the Italian campaign to ban landmines. The center specializes in orthopedic medical care and provides prostheses to refugees, migrants, and residents with amputated limbs. Patients are followed up from the first visit until complete rehabilitation, also from a psychological point of view, in order to enable them to resume their quality of life. The center's activities are based on the following guiding principles: a complete no-profit nature, a multidisciplinary approach, equal access to services, networking, and peer-to-peer support. This positive experience highlights the importance of providing specific resources for rehabilitation programs. Yet we know, and we have discussed already over these 2 days, that this sector is still severely underfunded. And for this reason, we welcome this kind of discussions aimed at raising awareness on this issue. Even though we have made progress, there are still a number of challenges. It would be important, for instance, to ensure the availability, accessibility, affordability of rehabilitation-related technologies through more and competitive markets, and by ensuring information sharing among states. From this perspective, universities and private companies in the sector could be involved. Moreover, following guiding principles, such as the ones of the BIACA Center, could really make a difference. The Italian cooperation will continue supporting rehabilitation programs also in the future. And I would like to thank you again for letting us share our experience in this field. If states parties have specific questions on our experience and how we implement our projects, sharing of knowledge and best practices, I invite them to reach out, and I will be happy to put you in contact with my colleagues of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs General Directorate for Cooperation and Development in Rome that are those directly involved with the implementation of rehabilitation projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank you all the participants and also all the panels and for your presentation and intervention. Now I'd like to give back to the moderation to Salim to continue.
Thank you very much. Thanks again to all panelists. Please stay with us as we open the floor, and we will get back to you shortly. So we open the floor for any delegation wishing to make comments or questions focused on the panelists' presentations. So feel free in raising your nameplates to ask for the floor. The first on my list is Tajikistan. You have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank the Committee on VA and the Committee on Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance for hosting this panel devoted to one of the crucial components of rehabilitation, VA rehabilitation. Let me briefly share with you Tajikistan experience in cooperation on rehabilitation. Tajikistan has in place policies and national strategies to strengthen the rights of people with disabilities and to improve the provision of assistance products, multi-sectoral national rehabilitation program, which laid out a comprehensive plan for developing the assistance technology sector. The first national priority assistance product list was developed and approved by the government. Besides this, the CRPD convention was signed in March 2018. By signing, the government has strengthened its commitment towards the provision of assistive product. In Tajikistan, public provision of assistive products is centralized under National Orthopedic Center run by Ministry of Health and Social Protection, which is responsible for procurement, production, and distribution of all publicly funded assistance products. survivors. And as a person with limb amputation, I usually provided by free prosthesis, orthosis, wheelchair, and as an assistive product in the National Orthopedic Center. And it is 2 branches located in the regional centers. The National Orthopedic Center primarily focused on mobility devices which were available at national and regional level, but not at the primary healthcare level. Within 2-year project period, WHO supported the government of Tajikistan to expand and strengthen its assistive technology sector, both in terms of the service provision, infrastructure, and the range quality of product availability. One of the practical, realistic, and sustainable steps in that should be taken to increase access to existing rehabilitation service in organizing outreach services during COVID-19 pandemic, when people with disabilities couldn't come to the capital. Mobile orthopedic service serve up to 10 people with disabilities per month. Another side of project is addressing a myth that rehabilitation accessibility is only for people with disability and landmine survivors. U.S. Department of State supported improving accessibility solution project in Tajikistan. In addition to construction of accessibility means, one of the important project activities was awareness raising campaign, explaining to population that not only people with disabilities, but other groups, older people, women carrying babies in strollers, people with non-communicable diseases, among others, will be benefit from accessibility solution. In order to improve rehabilitation service in mine-affected countries, and particularly in rural and remote areas, cooperation and assistance between government, UN agencies, development partners, specialized NGOs, and private sector should be strengthening to improve rehabilitation service. In our opinion, increasing cooperation, competition, and competitive market is a long-term solution to break monopolies in production and marketing of assistive products to ensure availability, accessibility, and assistive technology. Thank you very much for your attention. That was just a brief intervention from Tajikistan side, victim assistance rehabilitation.
Thank you very much to Tajikistan. And now I invite Colombia to take the floor.
Buenas tardes. Les habla Juan Camilo Restrepo, Alto Comisionado para la Paz de mi país, Colombia. Señor presidente, delegados de los estados parte, observadores y sobrevivientes. Colombia agradece esta oportunidad con la cual ratifica su compromiso de impulso a la Convención y a las medidas del Plan de Acción de Oslo, en particular en materia de asistencia integral a las víctimas y su rehabilitación. En Colombia son más de 12.000 las personas afectadas por las minas antipersonal instaladas en el territorio desde el año 1990. Este año tenemos registro oficial de 42 nuevas víctimas a mayo del presente. Según la información disponible, en nuestro país el 80% de las víctimas de minas sobreviven al accidente, y de este alto número, la mayoría adquiere una discapacidad principalmente auditiva y visual, que afectan a largo plazo su calidad de vida. Desde el Gobierno Nacional de Colombia y con el apoyo de otras entidades que conforman el Sistema Nacional de Discapacidad liderado por el Ministerio de Salud y Protección Social, hacemos esfuerzos permanentes en intercambio de información para caracterizar la afectación de las víctimas de minas y vemos cómo se han visto limitadas sus posibilidades de vida y cómo se han deformado sus proyectos tras el accidente sufrido. En este tema, me gustaría mencionar que una de las principales medidas en materia de asistencia a víctimas adoptadas recientemente por el Gobierno Nacional de Colombia consiste en la actualización de la ley, por medio de la cual se dictan medidas de atención, asistencia y reparación integral a las víctimas del conflicto armado interno. Esta actualización prorrogó la vigencia de la ley de víctimas por 10 años más, es decir, hasta el 10 de junio del año 2031. En el marco de la Convención contra las Minas Antipersonal, esta renovación representa el compromiso del Estado colombiano en la atención y reparación de las víctimas del conflicto armado, entre las cuales se encuentran las víctimas por minas antipersonal en consonancia con las medidas del Plan de Oslo. En Colombia, los costos asociados a los servicios médicos y a la rehabilitación requerida por las víctimas de minas son financiados por el Estado con recursos del presupuesto nacional y se prestan a nivel nacional a través de operadores de servicios de salud. Sin embargo, somos testigos de las fallas en la operación del sistema, especialmente en las zonas rurales, por lo cual hemos establecido una estrategia de fortalecimiento de las asociaciones de víctimas a nivel regional, de manera que puedan implementar el enfoque de apoyo entre pares y compartir lecciones aprendidas sobre cómo facilitar el acceso a los derechos de los sobrevivientes. En el marco de la ley de víctimas, en Colombia contamos con una ruta de atención a las víctimas de minas que incluye 5 etapas principales en su proceso de atención y rehabilitación. Las etapas 1, 2 y 3 hacen referencia a la atención en emergencia, la asistencia médica continuada y el acceso a programas de rehabilitación física. Estas etapas funcionan permanentemente y en ellas se reconoce el avance en atención a las víctimas y un sistema de salud con cobertura universal. Sin embargo, las etapas 4 y 5, que hacen referencia a los temas de inclusión social, económica y educativa, representan para Colombia un gran reto, porque los esfuerzos aún no son suficientes para cubrir las necesidades de todas las víctimas y sus familias. La experiencia colombiana en la atención de víctimas de minas antipersonal ha hecho evidente la necesidad del trabajo articulado y permanente entre las personas con discapacidad, el aparato estatal y la sociedad civil. Para finalizar, me gustaría agradecer el trabajo de la Convención y sus distintos esfuerzos adicionales para facilitar el diálogo de expertos en asistencia a víctimas y promover los diálogos regionales y nacionales. Dios proteja a Colombia.
Thank you very much to Colombia, and I give the floor to Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا سيد الرئيس. يثمن وفد بلادي تنظيم هذه الجلسة المشتركة حول تعزيز التعاون وإعادة التأهيل، والتي تلقي الضوء على الترابط بين مجالي التعاون ومساعدة ضحايا الألغام في إطار تنفيذ اتفاقية حظر الألغام وخطة عمل أوسلو. نحن على ثقة بأن مثل هذه النشاطات من شأنها حشد دعم أكبر لمساعدة الضحايا وبصفة خاصة في مجال إعادة التأهيل الذي تم اختياره كموضوع للجنة مساعدة الضحايا خلال سنة 2022. نظرا للأهمية البالغة في تحسين أوضاع ضحايا الألغام والتخفيف من معاناتهم. ويأتي هذا النقاش في سياق العمل الحثيث على تنفيذ برنامج أوسلو وتحسبا للمؤتمر العالمي حول مساعدة الضحايا المرتقب تنظيمه السنة المقبلة، مما يعطي زخما كبيرا لموضوع مساعدة الضحايا. يتعين أن يصاحبه تجندا أكبر من طرف كل فواعل المجتمع المدني للمضي قدما نحو تحقيق نتائج إيجابية وملموسة ترقى إلى مستوى التطلعات وفقا للأهداف النبيلة للاتفاقية. وفي هذا السياق نستذكر ما جاء في إعلان أوسلو بخصوص ضرورة دمج المساعدات المقدمة للضحايا والناجين في إطار أوسع من السياسات والخطط والأطر القانونية الوطنية المتعلقة بحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة والصحة والتعليم والتوظيف والتنمية والحد من الفقر. من جهة أخرى أكد إعلان أوسلو على أهمية تولي مقاليد الأمور على الصعيد الوطني، على اعتبار التعاون والمساعدة الدوليين أمران لا بد منهما لاستمرار نجاح الاتفاقية. في هذا السياق يشجع بلدي جهود التعاون الهادفة إلى تعزيز القدرات الوطنية بصفة مستديمة، مع الاستفادة من التجارب الناجحة على المستويات الثنائية الإقليمية والدولية، بما في ذلك العمل على تحقيق عالمية الاتفاقية وتنفيذها على نحو كامل كخطوة وقائية لحماية الأرواح ووضع حد للمعاناة والإصابات الناجمة عن الألغام المضادة للأفراد. ختاما، ومن باب التفاعل مع النقاش الحيوي لهذه الجلسة المشتركة، يقترح وفد بلادي الإبقاء على موضوع إعادة التأهيل في مركز الاهتمام خلال الفترة القادمة، والنظر في إمكانية تضمينه في قاعدة بيانات دائمة على مستوى الموقع الإلكتروني للاتفاقية للربط بين طلبات وعروض التعاون في مجال إعادة التأهيل لتعزيز الشراكات، بما في ذلك فرص التكوين وتبادل الخبرات والممارسات المثلى، وإشراك الضحايا في الدفع قدما بالجهود الجماعية والدعم الفني والمادي والمالي. كما أشير في الأخير إلى أن الجزائر التي أخذت على عاتقها تسخير الموارد والجهود الوطنية لمواجهة آفة الألغام الموروثة عن الاستعمار لا تدخر أي جهد للتعاون في موضوع إعادة التأهيل كلما أتيحت الفرصة. شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you to Algeria. And now I give the floor to Mexico.
Gracias, señor coordinador. Al ser la primera vez que mi delegación toma la palabra, queremos agradecer a la presidencia, Colombia, por todos sus esfuerzos y arduo trabajo durante los últimos meses y por la organización de esta reunión. Asimismo, queremos agradecer a los panelistas por sus presentaciones, las cuales subrayan la necesidad de contar con un enfoque integral para afrontar este problema. En especial agradecemos que este panel haya resaltado la importancia de la rehabilitación y concordamos con el CICR sobre la necesidad de asegurar que los servicios proporcionados sean sostenibles y con miras a largo plazo. Nos complace ver los arduos esfuerzos llevados a cabo en Guinea-Bissau. En este momento no tenemos preguntas específicas, pero sí comentarios sobre el tema a tratar. México tiene una larga tradición de ser vocal y comprometido con el desarme humanitario. En este tenor, nos complace anunciar que junto con la Campaña Internacional para la Provisión de las Minas Terrestres, ICBL, se ha organizado durante esta reunión intersessional una exhibición fotográfica con extractos de la publicación Through the Lens of Survivor Researches, presentando retratos de sobrevivientes que entregan sus vidas en busca de la eliminación de las minas antipersonal y quienes, en concordancia con lo establecido por los panelistas, resaltan las medidas de promover un apoyo integral a todas las víctimas. Dicha exhibición se encuentra a la entrada de esta misma sala. Sobra mencionar que México condena cualquier uso de minas antipersonal por cualquier actor y bajo cualquier circunstancia, incluyendo en el conflicto actual en Ucrania. Su uso es inaceptable y contrario a los principios del derecho internacional humanitario que deben ser aplicados por todos los estados, sea partes o no de la Convención. Por ello, también condenamos su uso en otros conflictos armados. Y en este sentido, agradecemos el anuncio recién hecho por la delegación de Estados Unidos. Reconocemos las medidas que está tomando el actual gobierno en relación con el uso de minas terrestres, con el uso de minas antipersonal, un giro claramente positivo. Sin embargo, hacemos un llamado a que la única forma efectiva de evitar las consecuencias humanitarias es la prohibición y por ello renovamos el llamado a la universalidad de la Convención. Y es a más tardar cuando observamos las consecuencias en carne viva de las minas antipersonal, como podrán ver en la exhibición previamente mencionada, que deberíamos de pensar en todo lo posible para alcanzar un mundo libre de minas antipersonal en 2025. Si ya se considera que esta meta no es realista, debemos de preguntarnos y hacer un análisis serio y profundo sobre las razones de haber fallado en esta encomienda y ver hacia adelante para decidir qué necesitamos cambiar. En este sentido, consideramos esencial reforzar el proceso de solicitud de prórroga del artículo 5º, un compromiso establecido en la 19ª reunión de Estados parte. Asimismo, consideramos evidente la necesidad de adherirse a las acciones pertinentes del Plan de Acción de Oslo y medir el progreso de acuerdo con los indicadores de dicho plan. Por otro lado, y de manera coherente con nuestra política exterior feminista, consideramos pertinente aplicar una perspectiva de género a nuestros esfuerzos, incluyendo en el apoyo a víctimas y su rehabilitación, y de tal forma que se consideren aspectos de edad y discapacidad en todas las medidas tomadas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you to Mexico, and now I give the floor to Mozambique.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the panel for their presentation on such as important topic has this. My intervention as just to share my country experience in the rehabilitation program, in particular for people with disability. The country first challenge with regard of the scarcity of financial and material resources due to the high cost of material and most important products. Although the proximity of service is privileged, the country is vast and still cannot cover all the people with need rehabilitation service. Meeting of this natural alert, this share the information and identify the main concern of the follow and show where and how to invest in. It is important to define clear and objective strategy that can guarantee investing in this area. Visit to affect country can help identify real needs and establish partnership to strengthen existing service. In Mozambique, efforts are made to provide assistance through and the action of the government, civil society, and cooperation partnership to fulfill program and plan aimed at improving the quality of life and promoting participation in all areas of life without and type of discrimination. All that rehabilitation services are integrated into health service called physical therapy and occupational therapy, I'm the people with disability and mine victims in particular. In the country, through the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Action, with support from partners, has been working of community-based rehabilitation, CBR, using an operational manual to strengthen and guide development with the community involvement approach in the social action service program that guarantee assistance to people in situation of vulnerability, include people with disability and mine victims. Definition of clear and sustainable program in the action developed by the government bring rehabilitation service closer to the citizen, develop the capacity of the mind actor with systemic updating of manual used to assist people in need and outlining strategy for promoting, implementation, monitoring, and support technique to the program. Then still, there's my things. There is a need to identify awareness, raising, and discrimination, action for existing service, and to develop joint action in order to realize that for a healthy society to benefit from existing service and not stop at healing maintenance is important. The country-face challenge in acquired products science, the country does not produce a situation that makes external dependence difficult to satisfy for people who need it. Need for awareness raising work, supporting to the government in advocacy action to ensure procurement as a priority as people with disability and mine victims need to reduce dependence. To conclude, thank you for the organization of this event as they contribute to enriching our action on the level of our country. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Mozambique. I give the floor now to Serbia, to be followed by Venezuela, Albania, and Uganda. And we will close the list to give the opportunity to panelists to say a few words to close our panel. So I give the floor to Serbia.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Republic of Serbia is fully committed and recognizes the importance of rehabilitation and as a key point in victim assistance. On the national level, the law on professional rehabilitation and employment of persons with disabilities, which has been in force since 2009, grants the status of a person with disabilities to disabled veteran, a peacetime disabled soldier, and to civilian disabled in war. This law is based on principles governing the protection of human rights and dignity of persons with disabilities and the inclusion of all persons with disabilities on an equal basis in all spheres of social life. Pursuant to this law, a rule book was adopted which details the condition criteria and standards for adoption of all measures and activities in professional rehabilitation. According to the law on rights of veterans, disabled veterans, civilians disabled in war and members of their families, civilians disabled in war are entitled to several different benefits in order to improve their rehabilitation. Orthopedic allowance, healthcare, and other rights related to exercise of healthcare, spa climate recovery, professional rehabilitation, and financial assistance during professional rehabilitation. Spa climate recovery is very popular with our population and includes use of accommodation on a full board basis in comfortable single and double rooms with bathroom, including sojourn tax and insurance of boarding house clients, health treatment services that include examination by a specialist doctor, diagnosis and necessary therapy, lab analysis, balneotherapy, physical therapy, inpatient treatment using natural healing factors, i.e. of thermomineral and mineral water, which in their composition and chemical properties are specific for the treatment of disease of the patient and the daily use of swimming pool with mineral water. Our goals in this part of physical rehabilitation are sending as many civilians disabled in the war as possible to the SPY climate recovery, with the aim of civilians disabled in the war who were treated for the following disease: stomach disease, intestinal disease, liver disease, gallbladder and biliary tract disease, kidney and urinary tract disease, locomotor disease, metabolic and endocrine disease, disease of peripheral and central nervous system, and coronary heart disease, achieving the best possible medical and physical rehabilitation. The Republic of Serbia has made effort to support relevant activities related to Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities by experts in healthcare, rehabilitation, social services, education, employment, gender equality, including mine victims. Efforts have been made to remove barriers such as improved measures for gender equality and anti-discrimination, social protection services in remote and rural areas in order to increase the quality of social protection services. The state supports development of services in the field of veteran disabled protection, social protection and employment, so that rural areas are included in order to increase the availability of services. The government of Serbia provides funds to finance project activities of Association of Persons with Disabilities, Association of Disabled Veterans, as well as Association of Civilians Disabled in War. This type of project activity provides important support in the field of psychological rehabilitation. Through such activities, the association organizes trainings and workshops aimed at promoting the treatment and of the capacities of women and men, as well as improving the psychological and social situation of survivors. The government will in this regard continue to finance as many project activities as of Association of Persons with Disabilities, Association of Disabled Veterans, and Association of Civilian Victims as possible, and will strive to ensure inclusion of potential assistance from various international organizations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Serbia. Now I give the floor to Venezuela.
Muchas gracias. Agradecemos al Comité sobre la Asistencia a las Víctimas y al Comité sobre el Fortalecimiento de la Cooperación y la Asistencia por la organización de este panel, el cual está destinado a explorar las lecciones aprendidas y los desafíos en la prestación de servicios de rehabilitación como uno de los 6 pilares de la asistencia a las víctimas y las oportunidades de cooperación y asistencia en apoyo a estos esfuerzos. Agradecemos las excelentes presentaciones de los panelistas. Adicionalmente, Venezuela desea agradecer la información facilitada por los estados parte de la convención que demuestran el interés de estos estados de proporcionar soluciones sostenibles a la asistencia a las víctimas, muchos de los cuales han presentado un enfoque holístico e integral en cuanto a las medidas desplegadas para integrar la asistencia a las víctimas y a los supervivientes en las políticas, planes y marcos jurídicos nacionales más amplios relativos a los derechos de las personas con discapacidad, a la salud, a la educación, al empleo, al desarrollo, a la reducción de la pobreza, a fin de apoyar la consecución de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. El Plan de Acción de Oslo reconoce que la lucha contra las minas es una actividad de protección humanitaria y un componente clave para el desarrollo, la acción humanitaria, la paz y la seguridad. En este contexto, mi país reconoce que la asistencia a las víctimas contribuye significativamente a aliviar el sufrimiento humano. Observamos con agrado que el Plan de Acción de Oslo ha recomendado la implementación de medidas amplísimas y extremadamente necesarias para mejorar la implementación de la Convención a través de la cooperación y asistencia internacional con la disponibilidad de recursos financieros u técnicos que representa uno de los mayores desafíos a los progresos en la ejecución de las actividades de asistencia a las víctimas que ha sido planteado por algunos estados. El fomento de la cooperación y la asistencia internacional deben estar encaminadas para que los estados partes puedan dar cumplimiento a la Convención con ocasión a las necesidades de asistencia, que pueden contribuir a garantizar una respuesta integral a las necesidades de las víctimas, que incluye la rehabilitación como uno de sus componentes claves, de conformidad con la acción 38 del Plan de Acción de Oslo. Se destaca la acción 39 del Plan de Acción de Oslo, que demanda realizar esfuerzos para garantizar la inclusión social y económica de las víctimas de las minas. Desde el punto de vista de los países en desarrollo, es claro para Venezuela que asegurar los recursos financieros para garantizar la implementación de este tipo de medidas y el seguimiento de sus indicadores continúa siendo uno de los desafíos fundamentales para la implementación de la Convención y del Plan de Acción de Oslo, y en particular para establecer sistemas de recolección de información para la toma de decisiones y para el establecimiento de bases de datos centralizadas. En un contexto económico y financiero donde el desarrollo de los estados impacta en su capacidad para proporcionar soluciones integrales, las soluciones especializadas para la protección y asistencia de las víctimas de las minas antipersonal, en términos del Plan de Acción de Oslo, es necesario asegurar el desarrollo sostenible. A tal efecto, Venezuela apoya un enfoque en el cual los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible complementan la aplicación de un enfoque de derechos a la asistencia de las víctimas en el marco de la Convención, y favorece la sinergia entre la aplicación de la Convención y los planes y programas nacionales relacionados con la salud, la educación, la alimentación, la protección de las personas con discapacidad, el desarrollo humano, y adicionalmente cuenten con servicios de rehabilitación integral, apoyo psicosocial y psicológico. En este sentido, reconocemos que la aplicación de la Convención contribuye de manera significativa a prevenir el sufrimiento humano y, a su vez, promover el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y el compromiso de asegurar que nadie se quede atrás. En este contexto, los estados partes deben comprometerse a cumplir sus obligaciones en un espíritu de cooperación y transparencia de la Convención. Por otro lado, destacamos la importancia de eliminar las barreras físicas, sociales, culturales, políticas, económicas y financieras, entre otras, para que las víctimas puedan acceder a los servicios esenciales. Para superar estos desafíos se requiere una política de cooperación internacional efectiva entre todos los estados partes de la Convención y los mecanismos de las Naciones Unidas para enfrentar los desafíos comunes. Este enfoque, que fue promovido extensivamente por la gran mayoría de los estados partes de la Convención durante la cuarta conferencia de examen en 2019, y en el que se exige que los estados partes se abstengan de imponer obstáculos arbitrarios al desarrollo económico de otros estados, y demanda el levantamiento de modalidades tales como las ilegales medidas coercitivas unilaterales, que limitan considerablemente la capacidad de los estados afectados de implementar a plenitud sus obligaciones en virtud de la Convención. El levantamiento inmediato de las ilegales medidas coercitivas unilaterales y otras medidas similares es un paso práctico y concreto que permitiría a los países en desarrollo atender estos retos. Para Venezuela, el levantamiento de esas medidas es un requisito esencial para asegurar la construcción y el desarrollo de capacidades sostenibles que permitan facilitar el cumplimiento de las obligaciones en virtud de la Convención. Aprovechamos esta oportunidad para reiterar la disposición de la delegación venezolana para trabajar en beneficio de la Convención. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Venezuela. Now I give the floor to Albania remotely.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to also address rehabilitation and considering Action 38 of the Oslo Action Plan, we must take steps to ensure that all mine victims, including in rural and remote areas, have access to comprehensive rehabilitation services and psychological support services. So quoting this, I would like to say that in Action 38, it is clearly stated that rehabilitation should be accompanied by psychological support, not only for the victims or the landmine survivors, but also for their families. Their families might also be included in this support. Of course, it's important to say that inclusive and gender-sensitive approaches must be very well kept into consideration in this process. It is important to not discriminate, and the Mine Convention and the CRPD both say so. So we are under both conventions having included rehabilitation measures. And it is important for our country to include in our national action plan rehabilitation and health services and social and psychological services as a particular component. It is important that the stakeholders engage and have the same approach on rehabilitation, and they have a similar approach. So it is also important to say that in Albania, the National Council for Disability includes different categories of persons with disability, different groups, but I would say that most of them have brought into consideration the physical rehabilitation. After the COVID timeframe, we have been reconsidering emergency and continuing medical care and physical rehabilitation. But it's important that these go along with socioeconomic inclusion. And it's important to also have in our programs financed and measures which are accompanied by indicators that let us know which are the persons who need the rehabilitation and the care and the support, and what is the landmine survivors' role in this process, because they should be included proactively, and the assistance should be focused on rehabilitation and inclusion as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Albania. I give the floor now to Uganda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity again to share our suggestions on rehabilitation, not only for Uganda, but also for the other developing countries. We suggest a multi-sectoral approach using different ministries, departments and agencies and organizations of persons with disabilities and the donors, and as well as the funders. We suggest to map out the service providers in the different geographical areas and for the different services for easy referral. And for us in Uganda, we already have orthopedic workshops. So we suggest re-equipping at regional level to ensure that the services are brought nearer to the people. We suggest to know the number of persons, especially the landmine survivors, for easy service delivery, that is through collection of data, and to strengthen the rehabilitation and medical system that starts at the smallest unity of administration, say at parish level in the different countries, to strengthen funding and creation of income generation activities for landmine survivors to ensure that they are able to pay for the rehabilitation services where they are not offered for free, and also to include them in employment to improve their livelihoods. To remove the barriers like taxation on assistive devices and technology and the equipment that are used to produce the assistive devices. Then assessment of the rehabilitation needs of the beneficiaries of the services, and working through the already existing strategies. For example, the community-based rehabilitation structures, the organizations of persons with disabilities, and the councils and leaders of persons with disabilities. And of course, we emphasize the need for support, financial, technical, in order to be able to do this. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you to Uganda. With that, we exhausted our speakers list. Once again, this discussion has shown us the particular interest accorded to victim assistance, and in particular to rehabilitation and cooperation. Thanks to everyone for the updates, comments, and inputs you shared with us. I will ask panelists if they wish to take the floor to share your takeaway thoughts and suggestions at this time. So feel free in starting. Maybe I start my left, please.
No, maybe to thanks everybody. I can see that hearing to all the comments from the different countries, there is words that are coming back in each speech, which is working together at national level and international level. We will never achieve anything alone. This is one point. And I think it goes very well with what has been said with the panel. A second point which come as well is include person with disabilities and mind survivor in the potential solutions. And this is, I think, very, very important. And thank you to have recalled us always these notions of inclusion. Thank you.
Mais uma vez, obrigada. Gostaria de agradecer a todos os países que partilharam suas experiências conosco e espero que estas experiências nos ajudarão nos próximos passos desse nosso trabalho. Obrigada.
Absolutely. Thank you also from my side. It has been really wonderful to listen to all your experiences. As you know, WHO is, as the World Health Organization, also happy to support efforts from countries to move rehabilitation forward. And also very welcome to have this as an agenda item to be discussed always at the meeting on the discussion of the convention. And please, I have also a please to all, or the request to all of you, even if you use landmine victim assistance as an entry point, never forget to strengthen rehabilitation as a whole so that everyone benefits from strengthening rehabilitation, including landmine victims. So, but thank you.
Thank you for everyone who has contributed to this discussion. And like the good doctor has said, it's important that we strengthen the aspect of rehabilitation in victim assistance as we look forward to helping each other and making sure that we don't leave anyone behind. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thanks to all the panelists. We appreciate your participation and contribution, and looking forward to continue working with you to promote rehabilitation. That's it for me, and I'm passing the floor back to Nana to say a few words to close the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the panel experts for the presentations, and to all the delegations for the taking the floor. I commend you all the work you have done in promoting rehabilitations. Obviously, we will have to continue to work harder until the mine victims and other persons with disabilities have access to affordable, quality, and sustainable rehabilitation service in affected countries. Like the Committee on Victim Assistance, our committee will continue to assist the state parties implementing victim assistance in accordance with its mandate. We hope you found the discussion useful, and please feel free to contact our commitments directly or through the ISU anytime. Okay. Now I'd like to invite the President, Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, excelencias, estimados colegas. Quiero agradecer a todos ustedes por su participación el día de hoy en nuestros trabajos. Como han podido darse cuenta, nos hemos retrasado muchísimo en nuestro programa de trabajo de las reuniones intersesionales. Aunque nos preocupa un poco, también nos alegra que la mayor interacción entre las delegaciones, lo que demuestra que todos hemos extrañado las reuniones en persona. Aunque el retraso en nuestro programa es significativo, queremos dar espacio a que volvamos a nuestra conversación sobre el artículo 5 para que las delegaciones puedan realizar las intervenciones que tenían preparadas. Aunque esto prueba ser complejo al ser una lista tan larga. Sin embargo, y buscando que todos puedan tomar la palabra, les pido que no tomen la palabra por más de 3 o 4 minutos. También pueden considerar la posibilidad de remitir sus intervenciones por escrito y nos aseguraremos que éstas sean publicadas en su totalidad en el sitio web de la convención. Agradecemos mucho su paciencia y flexibilidad con el programa y estamos seguros que todos continuarán contribuyendo para que esta reunión intersesional sea un éxito. Esperamos verlos a todos mañana en nuestro último día de reunión. Descansen y muchas gracias a todos.